For the house phone, because I'm able to function flash it.
Yeah.
I forgot to give you this Spanish. Well, they're the first one anyway.
I get it, buddy.
I'm like, what are these papers? Yes, but I just wanted to let you know that we have to house. I marked them, they're towards the bottom, unable to. So. Okay, and the interpreter's online. Okay, thank you. gonna do the, policy first? You know which one, so I know that the word says it's the most important. I have 23 in Lopez and number 12. He said 22 Spanish. All right.
Good morning. You may be seated. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for June 16, 2025. I am Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually when your name is called. Please proceed to the podium at the conclusion of your matter. Detention officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will detail my orders in your case. It will also have the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. All right. Oh, I forgot. We have the interpreter on the phone.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm so sorry. Should I start over?
No, I believe I can do that.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. Buenos días, soy la comisionada Elizabeth Campbell. Esta es la orden, esa es la lista de comparecencias de las 11 de la mañana de junio 16 del 2025. La orden sobre la toma de huellas dactilares y ADN, que fue emitida el primer día de este mes en la primera lista de comparecencia, también aplica a los casos de hoy. Recuerde que si usted dice algo en esta audiencia, podrá ser usado en su contra. Después de que le llame y pase usted al podio, vamos a repasar sus acusaciones y después de haberlo hecho, va a recoger un documento y regresar.
All right. We are going to start this morning with Luis Espinoza Lopez, please.
Empezaremos esta mañana con Luis Espinoza López, por favor.
All right, Mr. Lopez, please state your name for the record.
Señor López, por favor diga su nombre para que conste en actas.
Luis Espinoza López.
Luis Espinoza López.
And Mr. Lopez, what is your date of birth?
Su fecha de nacimiento.
15 de enero del 98.
January 15th of 98.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of transportation and or sale of narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony.
Usted fue arrestado el día de ayer por transporte o venta de drogas nocivas, siendo un delito categoría 2.
And money laundering, a Class 3 felony.
Y lavado de dinero, un delito categoría 3.
I did find probable cause for those violations.
Determiné que existe un motivo fundado para vincularlo a las acusaciones
and I am appointing you an attorney.
y le estoy asignando un abogado.
I'm setting two hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30.
Estoy programando dos audiencias para usted. La primera es el 23 de junio a las 8:30 y la segunda el 25 de junio a las 8:30.
Both of those hearings will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Y estas dos audiencias se ventilarán en el Tribunal Superior del Condado de Maricopa en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $100,000.
En su caso, estoy fijando una fianza de $100,000 en efectivo solamente.
In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other release conditions, including electronic monitoring.
Si es que usted deposita la fianza y se le pone en libertad, usted está sujeto a otras medidas cautelares, incluyendo monitoreo electrónico.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork.
Pase a la izquierda, tome su documento.
All right. Eloisa Valenzuela, please.
Eloisa Valenzuela, pase por favor.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, diga su nombre para que conste en actas.
Eloisa Ibarra Valenzuela.
Eloisa Ibarra Valenzuela.
And Ms. Valenzuela, what is your date of birth?
¿Su fecha de nacimiento, señora Valenzuela?
10/31 del 87.
10/31 of 87.
All right. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Usted fue arrestada el día de ayer bajo acusaciones de conducir bajo los efectos del alcohol. Esta es una falta categoría 1.
And I apologize, your arrest was earlier today.
Y mis disculpas, usted fue arrestada el día de hoy.
DUI with a BAC of .08 or more.
Que tenía una concentración de alcohol en la sangre de 0.08 o más.
That's also a misdemeanor. And
Then-
exceeding the post, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
No, the DUI with a BAC of .08 or more, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Entonces, este DUI es de 0.08 o más. Esta es una falta categoría 1.
And exceeding the posted speed by more than 20 miles per hour, also a misdemeanor.
Y exceder la velocidad, el límite de velocidad por más de 20 millas, también es una falta.
I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing you an attorney.
Determiné que existe un motivo fundado para vincularla a estas acusaciones y estoy nombrando un abogado para usted.
In your new matter, I am setting a hearing in the Arrowhead Justice Court on June 19th at 8:30 a.m.
En el nuevo caso, estoy programando una audiencia en el juzgado de la ciudad de Arrowhead. Este es para el junio 19 a las 8:30.
In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150.
Y en su nuevo caso, estoy fijando una fianza en la cantidad de $150.
Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your matter before that court.
Y también se encuentra aquí porque se emitió una orden de detención en su contra por parte del departamento del sheriff del condado de Maricopa por no haber comparecido a este caso, en este caso.
In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because if you were eligible to have an attorney appointed, one should already have been appointed for you.
Ahora no estoy nombrando un abogado para usted en esa causa porque si usted hubiese calificado para uno en ese caso, ya se lo hubiesen asignado.
You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Por supuesto, usted puede contratar a su propio abogado y pagar de su propio bolsillo.
I am setting two hearings in that matter, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30.
Estoy programando dos audiencias para usted. La primera es el 23 de junio a las 8:30 y la segunda el 25 de junio a las 8:30.
Both of those hearings will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Y estas dos audiencias se ventilarán en el Tribunal Superior del Condado Maricopa en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
In your Maricopa County Superior Court matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750.
Y en el caso del Tribunal Superior del Condado Maricopa, estoy fijando una fianza en la cantidad de $750 para asegurar su comparecencia.
Go ahead, step to the left.
Pase a la izquierda.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, that's everybody I have marked as needing your services this morning, but could you,
I think I have one more.
oh,
Escalante.
we have one more, at least one more. And I'm sorry, officer, who is it?
Number one. Fuentes Escalante.
Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Escalante, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Señor Escalante, diga su nombre para las actas.
Nestalí Fuentes Escalante.
Perdón, ¿Nestalí qué?
Fuentes Escalante.
Nestalí Fuentes Escalante.
All right, Mr. Fuentes Escalante, what is your date of birth?
¿Cuál es su fecha de nacimiento, señor Fuentes Escalante?
El 21 del 88.
21st of 88.
What is the month?
¿Y en qué mes?
El 21 de 1988.
The 21st of 1988.
4. Mes 4.
On the 4th month.
Thank you. All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Ok, gracias. Usted fue arrestado el día de ayer por desobediencia de particulares ante la autoridad pública. Es una falta categoría 1.
And obstructing a public highway or thoroughfare, also a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y también obstaculizar una autopista pública o una vía pública. También es una falta.
I did find probable cause for both of those violations.
Determiné que existe un motivo fundado para vincularlo a las dos acusaciones.
Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today.
Debido al carácter de las acusaciones en su contra, usted no reúne requisitos para que se le asigne un abogado aquí el día de hoy.
However, you may of course retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Sin embargo, y por supuesto, usted puede contratar a su propio abogado para que lo represente.
I am setting a hearing on July 2nd at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court.
Estoy programando una audiencia para el 2 de julio en... I'm sorry, Your Honor, what time was that?
Goodyear Municipal Court. I'm sorry, Goodyear Municipal Court.
Yes, Your Honor, you said July 2nd. I was asking about the time.
Oh, at 1 p.m., I'm sorry.
That's all right, thank you, Your Honor. Entonces estoy programando una audiencia para usted el 2 de julio a la 1 de la tarde en el juzgado de Goodyear.
Mr. Fuentes Escalante, will you go to that hearing?
Señor Fuentes Escalante, ¿va usted a comparecer a esa audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to release you.
Mhm.
I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Hoy lo pondré en libertad bajo palabra juratoria.
If you do not go to that hearing, an arrest warrant may issue for you.
Si no comparece a esta audiencia, es posible que se emita una orden de detención en su contra.
Okay.
Go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork for you.
Pase a la izquierda, la gente tiene sus documentos.
All right. Mr. Interpreter, will you inquire in the gallery if anybody else needs your services this morning?
Of course, Commissioner. Buenos días, soy el intérprete judicial. Si necesita interpretación en español en esta audiencia? Por favor, levante su mano.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, we have no hands. Thank you so much for your assistance.
You're quite welcome, Your Honor. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to go to Jeffrey Dugan and then James Hansen, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead. State your name for the record.
Jeffrey Dugan,
And Mr. Dugan, what is your date of birth?
6/23/88.
All right, and you were arrested yesterday on charges of discharging a firearm at a residence, a Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, discharging a firearm at a non-residence, a Class 3 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, discharging a firearm within city limits, a Class 6 felony, endangerment, a Class 6 felony, carrying a weapon in the commission of a felony, a Class 6 felony, criminal damage, a Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. And I am setting, oh, wait, let me back up, hold on. Yeah. Until I need to update that, I'm sorry. I am appointing you an attorney. And I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $500,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other release conditions, including electronic monitoring, no returning to the scene of the alleged crime. All right, we will have your paperwork for you here in just a second. You can go ahead, Steph.
You go ahead and have a seat in the back left, okay?
James Hansen, please. And then Rodney Collins. All right, Mr. Hansen, go ahead, state your name for the record.
James Dale Hansen,
And Mr. Hansen, what's your date of birth?
January 3rd, 1977.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you that you may not possess weapons. Go ahead, step to the left. Rodney Collins, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Rodney Collins,
And Mr. Collins, what is your date of birth?
7768.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, aggravated DUI wrong-way driving, that's a Class 4 felony, carrying a weapon in commission of a felony, a Class 6 felony, and failing to admit that you were carrying a deadly weapon, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, based upon the information that you provided to, oops, actually, I need to update this one as well, sorry.
Okay.
Julie. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm just updating my order to reflect that I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you may not possess any weapons. Go ahead, step to the left. Bradley Thompson, please, and then Thomas Anderson. Hello, sir. Give me just a second. Okay. All right, Ms. Thompson, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Bradley Thompson,
And Ms. Thompson, what is your date of birth?
9/11/04.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault class 3 felony, aggravated assault class 4 felony, resisting arrest using physical force, a class 6 felony, and assault, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Based on the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent, so I am not appointing an attorney for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am, give me just a second. Oh, it's the same document. Okay. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including electronic monitoring, and you would not be permitted to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay? Go ahead, step left. Thomas Anderson, please. All right, Mr. Anderson, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Thomas Anderson,
Mr. Anderson, what's your date of birth?
7/18/88.
Thank you. And you are here today because I'm sorry, hold on. A Justice of the Peace in Sierra Vista issued a warrant for your arrest. Based upon, it looks like your charges involve dangerous drugs in that county.
I was under the assumption the charges were vacated because I had just got released from prison March 4th, and I'm currently in a sober living environment, and I'm working. So when I got stopped by the police, I was very confused on why I got arrested.
So you were arrested yesterday. This warrant was confirmed as of yesterday. It was confirmed at 9:46 p.m. yesterday.
Right, but I don't know why they wouldn't have said anything when I got released from prison.
That I don't know. So based upon this information, what I have today, an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be in Sierra Vista Justice Court on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. Pursuant to that arrest warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. So if you are still in custody, they will, jail staff or detention officers will make sure you are able to attend that hearing. Either you'll get transported to that county, or you can attend remotely, so they can make that
Since
arrangement.
I'm still currently working, I'm staying in a sober living environment. Like, I got released from prison, doing everything well. Is there any way I can do an RO and then I can have my sober living take me to that court date?
Because I'm looking at the warrant, and the warrant was just confirmed yesterday. No.
Because I'm in a sober living environment, so
And I
they
think
have to take me to my set appointment.
Right, and I understand that. I'm going to leave the warrant, the bond set where it is on this case. But you can get, and then hopefully when you get this
it's taking
case,
me a lot to get to where I'm at.
I understand that beds are really hard to come by in sober living facilities. I do understand that.
And I'm working, I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do. I'm sober, I'm in drug recovery, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and this isn't even supposed to be there.
So the hearing date is set on June 19th at 8:30, so that's in 3 days. So hopefully, if you're still in custody at that point, it's just 3 days, so hopefully that won't and you've talked to the judge at that point, hopefully that won't interrupt your recovery, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Curtis Stout, please. All right, Mr. Stout, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Curtis Elijah Stout, April 3rd, 1985.
Thank you. And you are here on 3 matters, so we're going to start by talking about your Maricopa County Superior Court matters first, okay? I know you were arrested yesterday, but we're going to work our way backwards to that. All right, so you have 2 matters currently pending before the Maricopa County Superior Court. We're going to start with your CR 2024-102922 matter. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court has issued a warrant for your failure to appear. I'm not appointing you an attorney in that matter because if you are entitled to have an attorney appointed, one should already have been appointed for you. You may, of course, always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing in that matter on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $750. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about December 6, 2024, you committed the offense of taking the identity of another, a Class 4 felony. On or about December 6, 2024, you committed the offense of theft of credit card or obtaining credit card by fraudulent means, a Class 5 felony, and on or about December 6, 2024, you committed the offense of fraudulent use of a credit card, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $1,000. Now, finally, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of obtaining services without paying, which is a misdemeanor. Did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney in that matter. And I'm setting a hearing in Surprise Municipal Court on June 24th at 1:30 p.m. In that matter, I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond as a placeholder so that you can get time in credit for time in custody in that matter. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Steph. My King Calvin. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
My King Calvin,
All right, Ms. Calvin, what's your date of birth?
1997.
Thank you. All right, you have 3 matters before the court this morning. So we're going to go ahead and talk about your new charges. You were arrested earlier today on possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your new case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, you are currently on probation in 2 Maricopa County cases. And in each of those cases, the court has issued warrants for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation. In both of those probation violations, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the CR 2025-111770 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In your CR 2022-006706 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Alejandro Romero, please, and then Ronnie Reyes. All right, Mr. Romero, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Alejandro Romero,
Mr. Romero, what's your date of birth?
June 27, 1994.
Thank you, and you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation, in your case, CR 2021-139954. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $1,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Ronnie Reyes, please, and then Jasmine Carter. All right. Sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Ronnie George Reyes,
And Mr. Reyes, what's your date of birth?
11/17/1966.
I'm sorry, what is your date of birth?
11/17/1966.
Okay. I am showing that your date of birth is January 1st, 1966.
Oh, right. It's November 11th, 17th, 1966.
Okay, so you're saying it's November 11th, 1966?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and update that, although your date of birth is going to show on, I think I can update my paperwork here, but your paperwork will show that it's 1/1/1966, okay? Huh?
There's no date of birth.
Oh, there's no date of birth, okay. Thank you. All right, you were arrested yesterday on criminal trespass charges, trespass in a public service or facility, Sky Harbor, which is a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $1,500, okay?
Right.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer, we'll have your paperwork for you. Jasmine Carter, please. All right, Ms. Carter, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jasmine Carter,
And Ms. Carter, what is your date of birth?
June 1st, 1985.
Thank you. All right, and you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in CR 2023-000603. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left. R.V. Howard, please. All right, Mr. Howard, go ahead and state your name for the record.
R.V. Howard,
And Mr. Howard, what is your date of birth?
May 31st, 95.
Thank you. All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree.
I was right across the street from my house, and I thought the cops were just gonna let me go, and they arrested me and brought me. I've never been arrested before.
Okay.
But they decided to bring me here.
Okay, so we're going to get to that. We're going to talk about that. Let me get through this piece, and then we'll talk about that. Okay. So you were arrested for criminal trespass in the first degree, residential yard. That's a misdemeanor. Disorderly conduct. It's a misdemeanor. Possession of drug paraphernalia, a felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a felony. I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. So I'm looking at your. Okay. So you're working, are you working, it looks like you're working full-time?
Yeah, I work at the Marriott and I work at Shake Shack.
Okay. All right. And how long, and where do you live?
I live in Surprise.
Okay, but you were saying you live right across the street from where this happened?
Yeah, right across the street.
Okay, and do you have family here in Arizona?
I do.
Okay. Do you have? I mean, do you have people that you care for?
I don't want them that. Yeah, I take care of my family, like my brothers and stuff, but I don't want them to know that I was here.
Okay. Well, and I get that can be stressful in a family environment. All right. And when are you scheduled to work next?
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Wait, what is?
It's Monday morning.
Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday. All right. You all right, according to the Form 4 alleges that you were in somebody else's backyard. And you realize that you can't go into other people's backyards, right?
Right.
Okay. The PSAT, I am going to, if I give you a hearing date, will you go to that?
Absolutely.
And you're telling me this is the first time you've been in trouble?
Yeah, I'm military, so I've been home for about 3 years now.
Okay.
This is just like something, that's why I was so scared about it.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and release you today on your own recognizance. You are going to be subject to certain release conditions, and we'll go over those in just a second. I'm setting hearings in your case, the first on July 1st at 8:30 and the second one on July 3rd at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you need to make a point to go to those, because if you don't go to those, a warrant may issue for your arrest and you'll be right back here, okay?
Okay.
All right. Like I said, I'm releasing you today on your own recognizance. I am saying in my order that you may not go back to the scene of the alleged crime. That's your neighbor's backyard. Don't go back there. No contact with the alleged victim. That would be your neighbor, right? Okay. All right. There's other release conditions in there, but I did want to point those out. You need to make sure you go to your hearing.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay?
I will.
All right. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, step
All right,
away.
thank you.
All right. Irving Rendon, please. All right, Mr. Rendon, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Irving Rendon,
Mr. Rendon, what's your date of birth?
11/18/1990.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor assault, misdemeanor criminal damage, misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 3rd at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. However, you are subject to certain release conditions, and those are set forth in your paperwork. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim. You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim or go to an alleged victim's residence.
Understand?
Okay, go ahead, Steph Blas.
Thank you.
Blas Haro, please.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Haro, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Blas Adam Harrell,
All right, and Mr. Haro, which date of birth?
10/10/1974.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on July 1st at 8:30 and the next one on July 3rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. That means you need to register with pretrial services, and they will do things like help you get to your court hearings, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Jarek, I'm sorry, I felt like I was yelling there. Jarek Addo, please. All right, Mr. Addo, go ahead, state your name for the record.
it's Jared Ado,
Oh, I'm so sorry. And Mr. Addo, what is your date of birth?
June 9th, 1994.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for those because of the nature of the charges, though. You are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 2nd at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Keep in mind, however, that your release is subject to certain conditions, including not returning to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step left. Daniel Montano, please, and then Alan Nieves.
He's a house call.
Oh, sorry, I see the little house. Sorry about that. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Daniel Montano,
And Mr. Montano, what is your date of birth?
5/14/96.
Thank you. And you are here because the Manistee Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter involving driving with a suspended or revoked license with an offense date of on or about April 30th of 2025. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because based upon the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 2nd at 10:30 in the Manistee Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing or another arrest warrant may issue, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step left. All right, officers, I think that's everybody.
Yep, all the house calls.
Okay. All right. We have 3 house calls today. These individuals are not able to be with us because they are a danger to self, a danger to others, or otherwise not able to function for being with us here in court today. Our first house call is Alan Nieves. Mr. Nieves' date of birth is June 13th of 1997. Mr. Nieves is here with us today because
He's unable to function, ma'am.
he is unable to function. All right. And the East Mesa Justice Court issued a warrant for his arrest. And this is an initial arrest warrant based upon assault allegations stemming from an incident on October 22nd of 2024. In this matter, hold on, because of the nature of the charges, Mr. Nieves is not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him here today. However, of course, he may, of course, retain his own attorney. My intention at this point is to release him on his own recognizance. However, well, I should go back. And therefore, I'm setting a hearing on July 2nd at 9 a.m. All right, our second house call is Oscar Reyes. Mr. Reyes's date of birth is March 27th of 1992. Mr. Reyes is here because he is also unable to function because the Arrowhead Justice Court issued a warrant for his arrest for failure to appear in his matter involving excessive speed and driving with a suspended or revoked license, both of which occurred on or about January 1st of 2025. Because of the nature of the charges, Mr. Reyes is not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him here today. However, of course, he may retain an attorney at his own expense to represent him. I am setting a hearing my intention at this point is to release Mr. Reyes on his own recognizance, and I am setting a hearing on July 1st at 2 p.m. in the Arrowhead Justice Court. Our last house call is Jeremiah McPherson. Mr. McPherson's date of birth is April 12th of 1994. Mr. McPherson is here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for his arrest on allegations that he violated his probation in cases CR 2022-104865 and CR 2024-158856. In each of those matters, I am appointing him an attorney, and in each of those matters, I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In his 22 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and in his 24 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. All right, if anything changes once I talk to Mr. Nieves, Mr. Reyes, or Mr. McPherson, I will update my written orders in their cases. All right, and with that, we are going to stand adjourned from the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are going to stand in recess until the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are off. All right. You know what?
Oh, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. It's not even on you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Monday, June 16th. The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of June will apply to the hearings on this calendar. As we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time. I'll ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. For those of you that can't see it, there is a gray podium right here in front of me. I'll ask the next two people that I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the two chairs right inside this door. I think there's a blue and a green chair right here. If you will, please listen carefully for your name and follow from the second chair to the first chair, from the first chair into the courtroom. I know that seems pretty dumb, but I promise you that doing that will make this calendar move much faster than just waiting for you to come individually from where you're seated now. So if you will, please listen for your name, move through the chairs into the courtroom. That'll get everybody where they need to go after this docket a little bit sooner. Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth. Then I will explain to you why you're here this afternoon. After that, I'll tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. Those lawyers are sometimes called public defenders. Those of you here on criminal cases, you have the right to the assistance of counsel. If you do not qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, that just means you'll have to hire a private lawyer to represent you, but you always have the right to the assistance of counsel in a criminal case. After we talk about lawyers, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times that you'll have to attend after this court hearing. And the last thing that we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody. If you are, we will talk about on what terms and conditions you can be released. In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent. These are recorded criminal proceedings. That means anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom will be preserved on the recording. That can be used against you at any point down the line in these proceedings. Unless you have already made arrangements with a private lawyer, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom here this afternoon for your defense. Because you will not have a lawyer in here and because anything you say could be used against you, I will strongly caution all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here. If you have questions, comments, want to say something about the facts and circumstances that brought you here, I encourage you to save that for a hearing where you have legal counsel present so you can discuss that with a lawyer before you make any statements that you then can't take back that could be used against you. Last thing I'll tell you all is that all of the information that you get while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document. It's called a release order. You'll get a copy of it when you're done in the courtroom and you step back into the room that you're in right now. So please don't feel like you need to memorize dates, times, conditions as we go through them in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you wherever you go from here. As long as you keep that paperwork, come tomorrow, next week, you can look back at it. You'll still have your court dates, times, you'll have the address to the court and all the other information you get while you're in the courtroom. Still nothing? No. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Can I please have Augustine Pasillas all the way into the courtroom behind this gray podium? Ty Kelly, if you would please have a seat in this first chair right inside the door. Travis Hansen, if you'd please have a seat in the second chair. All right, can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Augustine Pasillas, 8/1888.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasillas. You are here on 4 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a bench warrant that was issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony DUI case. In that existing case, you already have a lawyer assigned to represent you. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing in that existing case will be a status conference June 24th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. The next 2 matters that you're here on are both warrants issued by the Surprise Municipal Court. Both of them involve a misdemeanor allegation of contracting without a license, but it's 2 different cases. In both of those cases, both of those misdemeanor cases, you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions. The lawyer that will be appointed for you in the misdemeanor cases will be appointed by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. Your next hearing on those 2 misdemeanor warrants will be an arraignment hearing June 24th. That hearing will be at 1:30 in the afternoon. It'll be in the Surprise Municipal Court. Excuse me. On those 2 misdemeanor warrants, you have a $100 secured appearance bond each. So total your monetary bond is $2,700. The last matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 2 counts. 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. They're both Class 4 felonies. 2 counts of driving under the influence as Class 1 misdemeanors. 1 count of extreme driving under the influence. That's also a Class 1 misdemeanor. And 1 count of criminal speeding. That's a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations. On the new charges, I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings for those new allegations will be a status conference June 20th and then a preliminary hearing June 25th. Both of them will be at 8:30 downtown. On those new charges, because at least one of them is a felony offense that is alleged to have been committed while you were on pretrial release in that existing felony DUI case, you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail on those new charges, at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing is scheduled for June 23rd. It'll be at 1:30 in the afternoon. Between now and the 23rd, you will not be eligible for release on bond on those new charges. Practically, what that means is that you should wait until after that hearing on the 23rd before attempting to post the other monetary bonds. Even if you walked out right now and posted that bond, you would still be in custody on those new charges. So wait until after that hearing on the 23rd before looking to post the other bonds. Do you understand all that information?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pacias. You can step back and get your paperwork. Kai Kelly, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Mr. Hanson, if you would shift over to the first chair, please. Then if I could have Christian Gonzalez Diaz in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Kai Kelly, May 28th, 1997.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, that's a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 23rd, and then a preliminary hearing June 25th. They will both be at 8:30, both in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. Secured appearance means that you do have the option of using a bonding company to post that bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, prior to your physical release, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the scene where the underlying events giving rise to these allegations took place. You cannot have contact, physical or otherwise, with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Whether or not you are released from custody, you are ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection, if any have been served upon you or are later served upon you. If these orders in combination mean that I'm ordering you not to return to your primary residence, if you are released from custody, you must find an alternate residence at least until your first hearing on the 23rd. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. You can step back and get your paperwork. Yes.
There's no one available and you can plan time.
Okay.
So what time?
Yeah, just come to the end. All right, Travis Hanson, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Anthony De La Torre, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Travis Hanson, May 30th, 1967.
Did you say May 30th or 8:30?
May.
May. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of attempted fraudulent schemes and artifices, 1 count of theft of a means of transportation. Those 2 allegations are Class 3 felonies. 6 counts of using false pretenses in a public record. Those are all Class 6 felonies. 2 counts of forgery, also Class 6 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 23rd, and then you'll have a preliminary hearing June 25th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any complainants, witnesses, no contact with family members, children, grandparents, spouses of any deceased victims. You cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you must continue to provide the court proof of your local address. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. You can step back and get your paperwork. Christian Gonzalez Diaz, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Nathaniel Holmes, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Christian Gonzalez, February 24th, 2001.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez, is your full legal last name Gonzalez Diaz?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence. It is a Class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 23rd, and then a preliminary hearing June 25th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot consume any alcohol. If you're released from custody, you also cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I need to ask my clerk to reprint your paperwork, but we'll reprint that for you and we'll bring it out to you if you want to take a seat back to your left.
Have a seat in the back left, okay?
Yeah. Anthony De La Torre, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Lizette Johnson, if you please work your way to the second chair. Right up here, sir, if you would, behind this podium, please. All right, can I have your name and date of birth? Right in the chair, right inside, right next to this gentleman in the red. Thank you.
Anthony Isaac De La Torre, and my birthday is 12/20/97.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated assault. It is a Class 5 felony. 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 23rd, and then a preliminary hearing June 25th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where these alleged events took place. You cannot have contact with the complainant or any witnesses. You also cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription if you're released from custody. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Nathaniel Holmes, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Clarissa Billy, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Mr. Holmes, while you're walking up, will you pull your arms out of your shirt, please? Thank you so much. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Nathaniel Holmes, 19/85.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a sentencing hearing in an existing case involving felony drug and misdemeanor driving under the influence allegations. You have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a status conference June 23rd. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you're released from custody, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And if you are released, you cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holmes. You can step back and get your paperwork.
So it's just a $2,500 bond needs to be posted? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
You have yes. If you post that bond, you're eligible for release. If you don't post it, you'll stay in custody at least until your hearing on the 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Lizette Johnson, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Ignacio Jimenez, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Lizette Johnson, 12/17/1992.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. You have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a new status conference on June 23rd. After that, you'll have a preliminary hearing June 25th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Okay.
On that warrant, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Are you releasing your?
You have a bond. You have to post that bond.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Johnson. You can step back and get your paperwork. Clarissa Billy, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Robert Luck, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Clarissa Billy, 5/9/1980. May 9, 1983.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Billy. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a probation violation warrant. In that case, the petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing June 23rd. It'll be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $750 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is a warrant issued by the Surprise Municipal Court. That one is a post-adjudication warrant in a misdemeanor disorderly conduct case. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions on that misdemeanor warrant. That lawyer will be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. Your next hearing on that misdemeanor warrant will be an arraignment hearing June 24th. It'll be at 1:30 in the Surprise Municipal Court. On that warrant, you have a $50 secured appearance bond. So your total bond for both cases will be $800. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Billy. You can step back and get your paperwork. Ms. Fernandez, are you a court interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Mr. Jimenez, if you'll give me a minute, if you'll take a seat in the chair and just wait for 1 second, I need to take one matter because we have an interpreter. Okay, Madam Interpreter, are you ready to do the Spanish matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can I please have Eduardo Jerónimo Rangel into the courtroom behind the podium?
Eduardo Jerónimo Rangel, pase a la sala y colóquese detrás del podio.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Can I ask you to state your full name and date of birth, please?
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Eduardo Jerónimo Rangel.
Eduardo Jerónimo Rangel.
Mi fecha de nacimiento es 12 de febrero del 2000.
My date of birth is February 12, 2000.
Thank you very much, sir. As you can hear, we are using the assistance of a court interpreter for purposes of this hearing. You've done great so far, but I'll just ask that you please allow the interpreter an opportunity to interpret what I say into Spanish, what you say back into English, even if you understand some of what I say in English.
Muchas gracias, señor. Estamos utilizando los servicios de una intérprete judicial. Ha hecho usted muy buen trabajo hasta el momento. Nada más le voy a pedir que dé la oportunidad de que la intérprete termine de interpretar lo que yo digo en español y de interpretar lo que usted dice al inglés para responder.
Before we get too far into this, I do want you to know that you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you do choose to say while you're at the podium could be used against you.
Nada más quiero decirle que usted tiene el derecho a no declarar. Todo lo que diga usted mientras esté en el podio se puede utilizar en su contra.
You also have the right to the assistance of counsel, and I have determined that you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, so I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Usted también tiene el derecho a la asistencia de un abogado, así que asigné a un abogado para que lo represente.
You are here on allegations of new charges.
¿Usted está aquí por pretensiones, acusaciones en un caso nuevo?
Those allegations are one count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony.
Un punto acusatorio por tenencia de drogas nocivas, un delito de categoría 4.
2 counts of driving under the influence, both class 1 misdemeanors.
2 puntos acusatorios por conducir bajo los efectos de bebida embriagante, drogas o una combinación. Y estos 2 son delitos de categoría, delitos menores o faltas de categoría 1.
And 1 count of possessing an open container of liquor in a vehicle, that's a class 2 misdemeanor.
Y también un punto acusatorio por tener un contenedor abierto de licor en el vehículo. Ese es un delito menor delito menor o falta de categoría 2.
I have found probable cause to support the dangerous drug possession and the 2 DUI allegations.
Determino que si hay motivo de procesamiento para apoyar las pretensiones de tenencia de drogas nocivas y también los 2 puntos acusatorios de DUI.
I have not found probable cause to support the open container in a vehicle allegation.
Pero determino que no hay motivo de procesamiento con respecto a la pretensión de un contenedor abierto de licor en el vehículo.
My finding of no probable cause on that 1 allegation does not mean it is legally dismissed.
El que yo dé determine que no hay motivo de procesamiento en uno de esos puntos acusatorios, no quiere decir que ese punto acusatorio se desestima.
What it means is that the information provided to me by law enforcement for purposes of this hearing was insufficient to meet the statutory elements of that alleged offense.
Lo que eso significa es que la información que me proporcionaron las fuerzas del orden público para esta audiencia no fue suficiente, no cumple con los elementos que indica la ley.
Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference June 23rd and then a preliminary hearing June 25th, both at 8:30 downtown.
Sus próximas audiencias serán una consulta de actualización el 23 de junio y una audiencia preliminar el 25 de junio. Ambas audiencias serán a las 8:30 de la mañana y serán en las instalaciones del centro.
On these allegations, you have a $15,000 secured appearance bond.
En estas pretensiones, usted se fijó una fianza con garantía de $15,000.
Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to.
A lo que quiere decir una fianza con garantía es que si usted quiere puede utilizar a una compañía de fiancistas para esa fianza.
If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
Si usted llega a pagar esa fianza, usted no puede consumir ni tener en su poder alcohol o drogas sin una receta válida.
And you cannot operate a motor vehicle upon release if you don't have a valid driver's license.
Y tampoco puede operar un vehículo automotor si usted no tiene una licencia de conducir válida.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
¿Usted entiende todas esas medidas cautelares?
You have to say yes or no out loud.
Tiene que decir en voz alta sí o no.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get a copy of your paperwork.
Muchas gracias. Puede pasar a un lado y le entregarán su documentación.
Okay, Madam Interpreter, while we have you, he was the only person that I show as requesting a Spanish interpreter, but since we have you, before you disconnect, could you please make a quick inquiry of the gallery in case there's anybody else that might need your assistance?
Happy to do so, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesite la ayuda del intérprete en español? Levante la mano, por favor.
Okay, I'm told no hands were raised. Thank you very much for joining us. You're free to disconnect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too, thank you. Okay, Mr. Jimenez, thank you very much for your patience. If you would work your way into the courtroom, I would appreciate it. Jeffrey Jazinski, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Thanks again for your patience. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Ignacio Jimenez, 32086.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 6, 7, and 11 of your probation. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing, June 23rd. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $250 secured appearance bond.
Do I have a hold on it? Am I going to bond that right now?
As far as I know, yes. So it looks like if you post this probation bond, you would be eligible for release. It is possible that you have other holds that I don't know about. Okay, yeah, so I would say if you're worried about whether or not you'd be released if you post ask MCSO, because if there's a hold on you that is not from the Maricopa County Superior Court, I may not see that, but MCSO would.
Yeah, I was just asking you, like, if my probation had a hold on me. That's what I was asking.
Well, they issued the warrant. So adult probation sent a document to the probation court downtown called a petition to revoke. So adult probation has asked for your probation to be revoked.
Okay.
So I'm seeing you basically to tell you that that has happened,
Okay.
to give you a lawyer and to send you back down to the probation court. So to answer your instant question, yes, you are bondable. If you
Okay.
post this bond, you'll be eligible for release. You would have to get yourself to that hearing.
Okay.
And then whether or not your probation gets revoked will be the substance of the next hearing.
And one other thing, ma'am, is it possible to get a warrant on the charge, or do they have to pay the bond?
You do have to post that bond. So the court that issued that warrant is the one that set the bond amount, and they're the ones that looked at the facts as to how you allegedly violated your probation. So you do have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release, but I do want you to know that your probation has not been revoked.
Okay.
So when you said they have a hold, the answer is kind of yes, because they issued a warrant for your arrest, but it doesn't mean that your probation is canceled and you're going to be sentenced. You could get another chance.
When I'm done
on
with the
probation.
court, am I going to be able to use the phone real quick to tell them that? hey,
That's up to MCSO, but he's saying yes.
Yeah, okay, well, after this, I can bond out then.
Okay, perfect. If that happens, make sure you get yourself to your court hearing on the 23rd downtown, because if you miss that hearing, a new
Oh,
one
no,
will
I've
be
just
issued.
done before.
Okay, all right, and you'll have the court date, time, address, and your paperwork, so make sure you keep that.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure I get to the phone after this is done.
Yeah, I think they'll let you use the phone, but that'll be up to them, not
All
me.
right, cool.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jimenez.
Yep.
You can sit back and get your paperwork. Robert Luck, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Amanda Davy, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Robert Charles Luck, 72180.
Thank you, Mr. Luck. You are here on an arrest warrant that was issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. According to the direct complaint, both of those offenses are alleged to have been committed August 7th of 2024. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you in that case against those allegations. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 1st and then a preliminary hearing July 3rd. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that direct complaint, I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. That means you would be released from custody without having to post a bond. You would be required to get yourself to both of your next court hearings. You would also be required to make contact with pretrial upon release. You would get a packet with your release paperwork that has their contact information in there. Once you're out of custody, in addition to going to court and calling pretrial, you would also be ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Mr. Love, do you understand all of those conditions and agree that you'll abide by them?
Thank you very much, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then you can step back and get your paperwork. Jeffrey Jazinski, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Shannon Finch, or maybe it's Shannon. Shannon Finch, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jeffrey Jasinski, November 29th, 1977.
Thank you, Mr. Jazinski. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, those two are both Class 4 felonies, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 1st and then a preliminary hearing July 3rd. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. Mr. Jazinski, I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. That means, similar to what I told the last gentleman in here, you would be released without having to post a bond. You would then be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings, and you'd be required to call pretrial services or go into their office once you're released from custody. You'd also be responsible for not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription once out of custody. Do you understand all of those conditions, and do you agree that you would abide by them?
Yes, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Jasinski. Then you can step back and get your paperwork. Amanda Davy, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Kathleen Monson, if you'd work your way to the second chair, please. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Amanda Davy, 8/22/1991.
Thank you, Ms. Davy. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is 1 count of assault. It is a misdemeanor allegation. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer to defend you against that allegation. That lawyer will be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. That hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 1st. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Santan Justice Court. Okay. I am intending to release you on your own recognizance, which means you would get out of custody. You don't need to post a bond. You would then be responsible for getting yourself to the Santan Justice Court at 9 o'clock on July 1st. You would also be ordered upon release not to return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place and not to have contact with the alleged victim. If those orders mean that you are released and you are then prohibited from returning to your primary residence, you would have to find an alternate residence at least until your first hearing on July 1st. You would be entitled to one civil standby with law enforcement, which means you could contact the non-emergency number to any local police agency. They could escort you to the location where this occurred to retrieve any personal items you have there that you might need between now and July 1st. You could only do that one time, and you only get that one of those. So if you need to do that, once you make that arrangement and you go back there with law enforcement, please retrieve anything you have there that you might need between now and July 1st, because you couldn't do it a second time.
Okay.
Okay, do you understand all of that information, and do you agree that you will voluntarily attend your next court hearing if you're released?
Yes, Honor, I do. I do have a question though.
Okay.
It's my primary residence. And the home's in my father's name. He's moving out, and that's where me and my kids live. So since he's gone, can I go back?
Potentially. So here's what I'll do.
Okay.
I will remove the restriction that you not return to the scene where this occurred.
Okay.
But I will not remove the restriction that you not have contact with the alleged victim.
I understand.
So, assuming the facts end up being what you're telling me right now, you get out of here, the alleged victim is not at that location, then yes, you can go back there.
Okay.
If the facts are not that way, or if the alleged victim leaves and comes back, then you would have to leave.
Okay, I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else that we need to address? Okay, then I will get your paperwork reprinted with that one restriction removed. We'll bring it back out to you if you'll take a step back to your left.
Okay,
thank you, Ms. Davey. Shannon Finch, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Joel Castillo, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Shannon Finch, 11/30/1969.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Desert Ridge Justice Court on a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license allegation. Because the nature of that underlying charge is a misdemeanor offense, you don't qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. That means if you don't already have a lawyer working with you in that case, but you want one, you'll have to hire a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing July 7th. It will be at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Desert Ridge Justice Court. I am intending to release you on your own recognizance. That means you would be released from custody. You'd be responsible for getting yourself to that court hearing. Once you are released, you would then be ordered not to operate a motor vehicle unless you now have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions and agree that you'll abide by them?
I understand and will agree.
Thank you very much, Ms. Finch. You can sit back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Kathleen Monson to the podium in the courtroom, please. Destiny Wilford, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Kathleen Munson, 7/24/79.
Thank you, Ms. Monson. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 1st and then a preliminary hearing July 3rd. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am intending to release you on your own recognizance, so you would be released. You would then be required to get yourself to both of your next court hearings. You would also be required not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription once you're out of custody. Do you agree to abide by those conditions?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much, and you can step back and get your paperwork. Joel Castillo, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Cheyenne Fleming, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Joel Manuel Castillo, 9/5/87.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. You are here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are one count of aggravated driving under the influence, a Class 4 felony, and one count of endangerment, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 1st and then a preliminary hearing July 3rd. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you on your own recognizance. That means you will be released from custody. You'll be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. You will also be required not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription upon release. And also upon release, you cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. If you do have a valid driver's license and you operate a motor vehicle, you cannot do so if you have a passenger under the age of 18 in the vehicle.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions and agree that you'll abide by them?
Yes, but question.
Yeah.
So I'm able to drive to get to work and home if I have like a coworker with me and they're over the age of 21 is what I'm understanding, or?
Do you have a, well,
Yes, I have a
if
valid-
you have a valid driver's license,
Okay.
yes, you can operate a motor vehicle, you can drive wherever you need to.
Okay,
If you can have passengers in the vehicle if they are 18 or older. So if there is somebody that is 17 or younger, you cannot drive that person anywhere.
okay, gotcha.
Okay, any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you, Mr. Castillo. You can step back and get your paperwork. Destiny Wilford, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Brigé Washington, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Destiny Roxanne Wilford, April 8, 2004.
Thank you, Ms. Wilford. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of criminal trespassing. It is a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and because it is a misdemeanor offense, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. That means if you want to have a lawyer defend you against that allegation, you will have to hire a lawyer at your own expense. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 3rd. It will be at 8:30 in the El Centro Justice Court, and I am releasing you on your own recognizance. So you will be released from custody. You will be responsible for getting yourself to your next court hearing. Once you are out of custody, you cannot go back to the location where you were allegedly trespassing, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions and agree that you'll abide by them?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wilford. You can step back and get your paperwork. Cheyenne Fleming, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Cheyenne Fleming, 6/5/1999.
Did you say 99 or 89?
1999.
99. Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Okay, you are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Highland Justice Court. The underlying allegation in that case is one count of driving on a suspended license. It's a misdemeanor allegation. That means that because it's a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. If you don't already have a lawyer but you want one, you will have to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 3rd. It will be at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Highland Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will get out of custody, then you'll be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing July 3rd at 9 a.m. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you agree to abide by those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fleming. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Brigé Washington, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Good afternoon. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Brigé Washington, August 3rd, 1997. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Okay, you are here on a failure to comply with court terms warrant issued by the Ironwood Justice Court. The underlying allegation in that case is a criminal speeding allegation. It is a misdemeanor. Because it is a post-adjudication misdemeanor matter, you are not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. If you don't have a lawyer still working with you in that case, but you want one, you will have to hire one at your own expense. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 3rd. It will be at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Ironwood Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will get out of custody. You don't have to post a bond.
Okay.
Once you're out of custody, you'll be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing on July 3rd, and you will be ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand those conditions and agree to abide by them?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. You can step back.
I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Because I'm not from Arizona. Like, where's the Ironwood?
You'll have the address in your paperwork.
Okay.
It is, let me see. It's in Gila Bend, which I think is far west. It's like western Maricopa County, right? Yeah. Okay, so.
So it's by Maricopa County, though?
It's in Maricopa County. It's just very far west.
Okay, I'll stay out there.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Okay, number 18 on the calendar, Timothy Edward Murphy, date of birth 12/3/56, is not in the courtroom because he was unable to function in general population due to disruptive behavior. He is here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are, an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of aggravated assault, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation and appointed a public defender to represent him. His next court hearings will be a status conference June 23rd and then a preliminary hearing June 25th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that allegation, he has a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Last on the calendar, number 12, Fernando Farias Araguin, date of birth 12/27/2001, is not in the courtroom because he poses a danger to himself. He is here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Tolleson Municipal Court on a misdemeanor shoplifting allegation. Because the underlying allegation is a misdemeanor, he's not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. His next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 7th at 8:30 in the Tolleson Municipal Court, and I am releasing him on his own recognizance. If anything changes after I visit either of those individuals' cell site, I will direct you to the final written release conditions as reflected in the release order. That concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m. He's excited.
All right. Everyone please be seated. Hello. Just saw if there are any interpreters without me looking?
Yes.
There. You want to do that last?
Just refresh your screen.
Oh, I see him right here. Just number 12, right?
Correct.
Okay, do you have the interpreter on the line or do it later?
Correct, no, they're on the line.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, just identify yourself for the record, please.
Martin Hernandez, court interpreter.
Okay. Francisco Noriega. Actually, Martin, I'm going to just do the general announcement first, but I just want to get him out here, make sure he can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. This is the 5 p.m. calendar on June 16th, 2025.
Buenas tardes a todos. Esta es la lista de casos para las 5 de la tarde, hoy 16 de junio 2025.
The court orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
La orden para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN emitida en la primera lista de casos de este mes aplicará a esta lista de casos.
When I call your name, you'll come stand behind the podium and give me your name and date of birth.
Cuando escuchen su nombre, van a pasar a la sala y tomar su lugar ahí detrás del podio y me darán su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
I'm not going to say out loud all of your release conditions, but they will be on your paperwork, so you'll be responsible for looking at that.
No les voy a decir en voz alta cuáles son todas las medidas cautelares en su caso, pero estarán escritas en la hoja que se les entregue, así que tienen la responsabilidad de leer eso.
For those of you who I set a security appearance bond, you can go through a bonding company.
Para aquellos a quienes les ponga una fianza respaldada en su caso, pueden recurrir a una compañía de fianzas.
It's my understanding they do collect calls.
Tengo entendido que aceptan llamadas por cobrar.
There are the names and numbers of bonding companies on some of the walls in the jail, but if you cannot find one, ask one of the officers for assistance.
Hay los nombres y números de teléfono de algunas compañías de fianzas plasmadas en las paredes de la cárcel, pero si no encuentran uno, hablen con un carcelero.
Okay, now we can begin the calendar. Senor, your name and your date of birth, please.
Señor, su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Francisco Beta Humada Noriega, 04-14-91.
Francisco Obeda Ahumada Noriega, April 14th, 1991.
By the way, if anytime I know he's speaking softly, if anytime you can't hear them, please ask them to speak louder. Okay, without,
yes,
you don't
sir.
need prompting from me. Okay.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Sir, you have you have two matters before me.
Señor, usted tiene dos casos ante mí.
The first one is a case out of Superior Court.
El primero es un caso nuevo que tiene del Tribunal Superior.
For the charge of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and refusing to give you a true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Por la acusación de robo de un medio de transporte, un delito de categoría 3, y por rehusarse a dar su nombre verdadero, una falta de categoría 2.
Sir, at this time, I do not find, let me strike that. At this time, I do not find that you're eligible to have a court-appointed attorney, but if you find you cannot afford to hire your own attorney, you can request your assigned judge to appoint one for you. There'll be no promises about whether one will be granted for you.
Señor, en este momento dicto que no califica para un abogado asignado a usted por el tribunal. Si usted después se percata de que no puede costear el contratar un abogado, puede hablar con otro juez para que considere nombrarle uno. No le puedo garantizar que le vayan a asignar uno.
Okay. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims.
Tiene prohibido iniciar contacto con las supuestas víctimas o víctima.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Tiene prohibido tener drogas sin una receta médica.
I do have a recommendation from the state. I know we have a representative from the state, but you're only appearing on one case, right?
Correct.
Okay. I know
Tengo
the state. Sorry.
tengo una recomendación hecha por la fiscalía, pero la abogada fiscal que está aquí solo está aquí en otro caso, ¿verdad? Correcto. Bueno, pues.
The state is recommending a $15,000 bond. However, I'm going to reduce it to $1,000. That's a secured appearance bond.
El Estado está pidiendo una fianza en su caso, una fianza respaldada de $15,000, pero yo la voy a reducir a una fianza respaldada de $1,000.
I appointed a lawyer for you.
He asignado un abogado para usted.
Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix at 8:30 in the morning.
Sus comparecencias serán en el 175 West Madison a las 8:30 de la mañana.
This will be a status conference on June 23rd at 8:30 and a witness preliminary hearing scheduled for June 25th at 8:30 in the morning.
Tendrá una consulta de actualización el día 23 de junio a las 8:30 de la mañana y una audiencia preliminar el día 25 de junio a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Now, you also have a case out of the Manistee Justice Court.
Tiene otro caso del Juzgado de Paz Manistee.
The address for that court will be on your paperwork.
La dirección de ese tribunal figurará en la hoja que se le entregue.
There you have a warrant for 1 count of assault, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, 2 counts of criminal damage, and 1 count of preventing or interfering with a telephone.
Tiene una acusación de agresión. Tiene 2 acusaciones de conducta escandalosa. Tiene 2 acusaciones de daño en propiedad ajena y una acusación de impedir o interferir con una llamada de emergencia.
And once again, I cannot appoint a lawyer for you, but if you find you cannot afford one, you can always ask or request your assigned judge in that justice court to appoint one for you, but no promises made about what that judge will do.
Como le he dicho, no califica para que le nombre un abogado, pero si usted después se da cuenta que no puede costear un abogado, puede pedir al juez de ese juzgado de paz que le asigne uno, pero como le he dicho, no hay ninguna garantía de lo que ese juez decida hacer.
You're due in the Manistee Justice Court on June 19th at 10:30 in the morning for an arraignment hearing.
Tiene que presentarse al juzgado de paz Manistee el día 19 de junio a las 10:30 de la mañana para su lectura de cargos.
Okay.
¿De acuerdo?
Could you just make an announcement to make sure there's no one else who needs an interpreter?
Yes, sir. Buenas tardes a todos. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesita intérprete? ¿Alguien más que no habla inglés? Levante la mano, por favor.
No one? Well, that usually works, though. Sometimes someone pops up later and suddenly you can't speak English, so, but thank you, have a wonderful, thanks very much for your assistance, all right?
You're welcome, sir. Good night.
Good night. James Miles. All right, sir, good evening. Your name and date of birth, please.
James Spotahawk Miles, 12/11/1975.
State, please announce for the record, please.
Don Sauer for the state.
Can you speak a little louder? I don't know if it can be picked up.
Oh, Don Sauer for the state.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, first of all, the state did send me a supplement, and I had we had scanned in about 3 or 4 pages. Excuse me. You are charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony, 6 counts of aggravated assault, Class 5 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of possession of reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Obviously, you're not possessing. I don't want you possessing any weapons. I don't want you possessing any alcohol and no drugs without a valid prescription. All right. I have reviewed what's called the Form 4 and then part of the police report in regard to this case. The state wished to make a statement, but also keep your voice up.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not sure if that's been good enough to be heard, so,
All right, can you hear me?
I can hear you. That's not my question. It's a
Okay.
question whether it get picked up on the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. The defendant's actions in this case showed an extreme, dangerous, and reckless disregard for the safety of the officers and for the general public. He endangered multiple officers on a very long, drawn-out vehicle pursuit. He attempted collisions with them on 5 occasions. 4 of them were head-on. He endangered the public by running red lights, driving the wrong way on the freeway multiple times. On one of the attempted head-on collisions, he drove at one of the officers at 90 miles per hour, the wrong way on the highway, and tried to hit him head-on. It's very likely that the officer and even possibly the defendant may have died if he had managed to hit him and the officer hadn't been able to successfully evade. The defendant, with his criminal history, is facing significant jail time. He has 4 previous felonies. He has violent felonies. He's spent multiple terms in the Department of Corrections, 5 years for 1 violent offense, got out, 18 more years for armed robbery, and then again for a street gang-related offense. During his time in DOC, he was categorized maximum custody risk for 18 of those years. His actions in this case show that he's a flight risk. He'll do anything and everything to avoid going into custody, including endangering police officers, the general public. He had no qualms about injuring officers and the risk that he posed to the community. The state thinks that a high bond is appropriate and is requesting $250,000 cash-only bond.
Anything? I only saw, I don't say only, I saw 3 priors, and 1 was very old. So you apparently have some more information than I had on his record. When I read the Form 4, each time I read it, and it was quite a lengthy one, I would mention the dangerous situation. Counsel, I do have to correct you on one thing you said about going the wrong way on the highway. I think it was also non-highway streets, he was going the wrong direction, if I remember correctly, and going at a high rate of speed, several times reversing direction to drive right at police cars. At least 1 car was disabled. Very, very, very dangerous situation if the allegations are shown to be true. I'm going to amend this. It's going to be a cash, and I appointed a lawyer for you. If you are able to bond out, you'll have to be on an annual bracelet, by the way, with electronic monitoring, with curfew. You can only leave your home during hours approved by pretrial services. You'll have a status conference on June 23rd, 2025. I appointed a lawyer for you. At this point, there's a witness preliminary hearing scheduled for June 25th at 8:30. However, when I say scheduled, your lawyer will explain to you that you may not have a preliminary hearing on June 25th. There might be a different date than that, shall we say. All right. The court is very concerned about these allegations, plus the additional information here. Besides the ankle bracelet, the court is setting a cash-only appearance bond amount of $200,000. All right, step to your left, please. Step to your left, please, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, and you're only appearing on that one, right? Okay, thank you.
Yes, may I be excused?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Levi Crocker. You can go now if you want.
Thank you.
All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Levi Crocker, 8/16 of 71.
All right, sir, you're here on a probation violation warrant. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You'll have your revocation arraignment hearing at 201 West Jefferson at 8:30 on June 23rd. So that's a week from today.
Okay.
Well, a week and a half, 6.5 days, if you really get down to it. Okay. You're alleged to violate terms 3 and 5. If you get out, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Can't possess or consume any alcohol, no weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. Another judge in the Probation Violation Bureau's court has set bond for you in the amount of $2,500 security appearance bond. I don't know what the reasons were. I think it's because, sir, if I remember correctly, you've been reinstated 3 times. That may be the reason. I don't know. But you can always talk to your lawyer about seeing if the bond can be reduced. Okay? Step to your left.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Enrique Navarro.
So you've got an amended one on number 7, right? When you gave to the officers, I amended the amount. It should be 200,000. Oh, we can give it back. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if I said it out loud. Okay, no problem. Officer, by the way, this is going to be amended. Officer, this is going to be amended sheet for number 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it over here.
Okay. Sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Enrique Navarro, 7/19/1986.
Okay, sir, you have a matter in Justice Court, at a Santan Justice Court. The address will be in your paperwork here. Give me 1 second here. Let me look at my notes about something. Yeah, apparently you were supposed to be at a 2 o'clock calendar, but they put it over for this calendar. You were charged with one count of assault and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, all domestic violence charges. Based on the limited information, I only find probable cause for 1 count of assault and 1 count of disorderly conduct. Doesn't mean that won't change, but that's what I find right now. Sir, let me ask you this. I know you're wearing orange, might have been what you were wearing before. Are you working?
Yeah, I just opened up my own company.
Okay, I think I saw that. And also, are you being held on anything else?
No.
Okay, let me just tell you why I had that question here. And so I may be amending this, by the way. Said you're employed full-time, but didn't have any income, so I couldn't make a decision.
Yeah,
how's business been?
Huh?
How's business been?
It's been great so far. I've been really excited about it.
How long you had the business?
We've had it for about 3 months now. Prior to that, I was working for Camping Nation RV. I decided to go on my own now.
And you were working where?
Camping Nation RV in Mesa.
Okay.
Maine.
So what's your business now?
My name of my business is Pressure Masters.
What?
Pressure Masters.
Okay.
Pressure Masters LLC. And then, of course, got a web.
And about how much have you been earning a month? I know it's only 3 months.
Yeah, it ranges right now between 3,000 and 10,000.
Okay, sir. Let's put it this way: try to hire your own lawyer. If you can't afford one, you can ask your judge to see whether they'll appoint one for you. Okay.
Okay.
And let me just edit that to put. Okay, so you're charged with, and I already told you that. Your court date will be at the Santan Justice Court on June 19th at 8:30. You can't return to the scene of the alleged crime. Cannot initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. No alcohol. And you may return to the scene of the alleged crimes 1 time with a police officer to pick up your personal effects.
Okay.
Okay. And bond is a security appearance bond of $1,500. So you can go to a bonding company. All right. Step to your left, please. Patricia Jones. All right, good evening, ma'am. Your name and date of birth, please.
Patricia Ann Jones, 12/23/62.
All right. You're here on a probation violation warrant on a class 4 felony. Yes, you're on probation for possession of dangerous drugs. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. I appoint a lawyer for you. You'll be at 201 West Jefferson at 8:30 on June 23rd for a probation revocation arraignment hearing. If you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Can't possess, consume any alcohol, no weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. Another judge has set bond for you in the amount of $500 security appearance bond. So step to your left, please. Valerie Balboa. And when I say someone's on deck, they'll have a seat right outside the courtroom. Tashia Charlie is on deck. Your name and date of birth.
Valerie Balboa, 8/23/93.
8/23/93?
Yes.
Okay. You're here on a bench warrant at a Superior Court on your possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia charge. You already have a lawyer. You'll be back in court for a status conference on June 23rd at 175 West Madison at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing 2 days later at 8:30, also at the same courthouse. Your judge set bond in the amount of $500 security appearance bond. All right, step to your left. If you post your bond, make sure you show up for court this time. Oh, ma'am, Ms. Balboa?
You want all of them?
Yeah, I just want to tell her one thing. Ms. Balboa, one of the reasons, because you failed to appear and also you were in violation of pretrial services. That's why a warrant was issued in that amount, okay? I just want to just tell you that, okay? Now, Tashia Charlie with Nikki Aguirre or Geyer on deck.
Hello, Your Honor.
Your name and date of birth, please.
I'm sorry?
Your name and date of birth.
Tisha Charlie, 6585.
6585?
Yes.
Okay. You've got you're here on a bench warrant in Superior Court of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. You already have an attorney on this case. You'll be at Superior Court at 175 West Madison Street at 8:30 for a status conference on June 23rd and a witness preliminary hearing on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning. You can't possess any weapons, possess, consume any alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. I have to amend this, by the way. We have, you have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Say that, I don't understand.
Look, let's talk about, I want to talk to you about that in a second, all right? And your judge set bond amount of $500. Okay, now if you post bond, you may not be getting out, because I don't know if Coconino County, you're on probation at Coconino County, I don't know if they're going to put a hold on you or not. So if they don't, you might be getting out. Otherwise, I might be seeing you at my 8 o'clock calendar. All right? Now, was that your question before? It's apparently you're on probation at Coconino County.
I've never been on probation here.
Since you were reinstated on March 20th, and it ends November of next year.
Of last year?
Of next year it ends.
Okay, so
At least at this point, let's put that way.
that's what's going to be?
I can't hear you.
So I'm going to be put on probation?
Well, no. Right now, bond has been set. If you get out, contact your probation officer. But there's a possibility Coconino County probation may place another hold on you. All right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, step to your left, please. But you already have a lawyer. You can contact that person.
Okay, so I'll be getting out today?
Also, this other case, by the way, and you... No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Step to your left, please.
Thank you.
Nick, is it Geary or Aguirre? Geary? I know, it's one. Sometimes people are Aguirre and sometimes they're Geary. All right, so your name and date of birth. And by the way, Marcus Doka is on deck.
Nikki Renteria Aguirre,
Okay, and your date of birth, sir.
12/23/84.
All right. You're here on 2 probation violations. One's for possession of narcotic drugs, one's for possession of dangerous drugs. You're both alleged to have violated terms 6, 7, and 17. I'm appointing a lawyer for you on both, and it'll be the same court date for both, which will be June 23rd at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. Same thing I told with the other folks, probation violations. Get out, contact the probation officer within 72 hours. No possession or consumption of alcohol, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. On the first one was 2022-128834. Another judge set bond for you in the amount of $250 security appearance bond. And in regard to 2022-132-155-002, likewise, another $250 bond was set. So it's a security appearance bond, total amount of $500. You can go through a bonding company. You don't have to pull up the full amount. But if you get out, make sure you show up and contact your probation officer. properly. Okay?
Okay.
Marcus Doka with Jeffrey Marla on deck. Evening, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Marcus Doka, 5/13/84.
Sir, I know you're wearing orange. Sometimes it depends what you came in on. Are you being held on anything else?
Just probation.
I know that. Anything else?
No.
Oh, so they gave you that just because of what you're wearing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, and your date of birth is 5/13/84?
Yeah.
Okay, you're here in a probation violation like you mentioned, but I just want to make sure you weren't here on anything else. Okay? I guess you're on probation, possession, drug paraphernalia. You allege to have violated terms 1, 3, 4, and 5. I appointed a lawyer for you. You'll have your probation revocation arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. Likewise, if you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. No, can't possess or consume any alcohol, can't possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Another judge set bond for you, a security appearance bond, $250. So if you get out, make sure you do what you're supposed to, such as contacting probation and getting to court. All right? That's funny. Another reason why I asked you that question, sir, if anything else, because it was a page 2, and on your petition, it's alleging one of them was term 1, you allegedly commit the crime of assault on or about June 8th, 2025. So you're not being held on that?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Well, you're in custody on that?
Yeah, from former
So do you have any information about that? That's why I was asking you if you're being...
I thought you meant like...
Okay. Do you have any information about it? Any other hold? No? Yavapai? Oh, it's Yavapai? Yeah. Oh, okay, that's nothing to do with me here. No. So what happens, my guess, okay, it's a guess, is they wouldn't take up to Yavapai until this is all taken care of. That's my guess, all right? So if you get out, either they'll pick you up, take you up there, or else you better be up there, okay? But talk to your lawyer about that, okay? Because you'll have a lawyer for probation violation. Make him or her know about that so there are no problems in the future, okay? All right, step to your left, please. Okay, Jeffrey Marler with Zelda Lopez on deck. Good evening, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Jeffrey Marler, July 22nd, 1969.
Okay, sir. You've got a total of 3 matters before me. 2 of them are probation violations. Let me explain to you. Initially, the probation violation will be in one court, and the new case will be on another courtroom, another building. But they'll ultimately, most likely, be brought together, and you'll get one lawyer. Okay, but so if you get, I don't want you to be confused. That's how it starts. Okay, and hopefully they won't be at the same time. Okay, but the dates for the probation violations will be the same time. The new case will be a different one. All right. So let's talk about the probation violations. In 2024, 153298. My notes, I'm not guessing wrong. Here we go. You're in probation for possession of dangerous drugs for both. Okay. And you're alleged to have violated terms 3. Let me double check this because it's interesting. On the first one, which I just mentioned, you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5. And on the other one, which is only 3 and 5. I'm sorry, it was the same for both. Okay. Your court dates will both be June 23rd at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson for probation revocation arraignment hearing. I've got to amend it because I put down one term too many. Okay. So it's just terms 3 and 5. Okay. Okay, so I told you June 23rd, obviously, get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours, no drugs, without a prescription, no weapons, no alcohol.
Sure.
Bond was, and that one was set by another judge over there at that department, $250. Now, in 2024, 1329301, it's same terms, another $250 bond, okay? Now, that takes care of the probation violations. Now let's talk about the new alleged case. Tampering with physical evidence, a class 6 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Now this one, you'll have be a 175 West Madison. It'll be in your paperwork you get for status conference on June 23rd at 8:30 and a witness preliminary hearing on June 25th. Make sure you talk to your lawyer, make sure that they know to put them all together, okay?
Sure.
They'll know, but just play it safe, you know what I mean? And same release conditions, except I'm making bond of only $100 to make sure you get transported, okay? So you can get credit for all of them at the same time, potentially. All right? All right, step to your left, please. Zelda Lopez, and with Dylan Bell on deck. All right, good evening. Your name and date of birth, please.
Zelda Lopez, 2970.
Okay, by the way, it looks like you're warrant out of Miami City Court. I don't know if there's any hold on you for that. I'm just mentioning it to you, okay? Because you always could be picked up for that, all right? You are, and your date of birth is 2970, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have a new case for possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. I will tell you this, your record's not great. You got 4 prior felony convictions, but I also want to make sure things are better for you. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You'll be getting out in a few hours, and you'll be required to get a packet. Make sure you read it carefully, because you have to contact them, because if you don't, and stay in compliance with them, you have a warrant, you're back here. Plus, you'll have to get drug testing and monitoring. So you don't get that done, you're back here. I'm giving you that break. So you don't lose your paperwork, so you don't forget the court dates. Status conference at July 1st at 8:30 and a witness preliminary hearing on July 3rd at 8:30 at 175 West Madison in Phoenix. All right? So it generally takes about 4 hours for the processing, which you'll be getting out. Okay? So make sure you make it to court. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, you can go there. Dylan Bell with Tariq Smith on deck. Good evening, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Dylan Bell, 6/10/2000.
So you're charged with 2 counts of criminal trespass in the first degree, 1 count of disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor, 2 counts of criminal damage, and 1 count of criminal trespass, 3rd degree. That's class 3 misdemeanor. Your next court date will be at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix. Status conference on July 1st at 8:30 and a witness preliminary hearing on July 3rd at 8:30. He cannot return to the scene of alleged crimes. Can initiate contact with alleged victim or victims, and no alcohol. I think my guess is that's one of the issues we have here. And I can't appoint a lawyer for you. If you can't afford, you can try to hire one. If you can, you can always ask your assigned judge to see whether he or she will do it. But I can't promise you that will happen. But I am releasing you to pretrial services. Be in compliance with them. Make sure you contact them. Make sure you do your alcohol testing. All right, but it'll be in your packet. Make sure you read it carefully. But you'll be getting out. But don't forget to go to court and contact pretrial services and do what you're supposed to do. All right, so you'll be getting out in a few hours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Tariq Smith with Jalen Smith on deck. You're definitely though Tariq Smith, right?
Yes.
Because we got 2 Smiths in a row, right? And I saw the picture, right?
We've been going through that all day, Chuck.
Being very careful, okay. And your middle name is Alfonso, right?
Middle name correct.
All right, and your date of birth is what?
3/13/1989.
I'm being extra careful, that's all. All right. Now, you're a much friendlier face in your picture there. You're smiling here. I try to compare it. Now, you got an arrest warrant at a Superior Court for 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement vehicle, classified felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. I know you hadn't appeared on it. I don't know if you didn't get served because you moved or whatever. It's a good idea to always check your mail, by the way. But Your court date will be at 175 West Madison on July 1st at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing on July 3rd. It'll be in your paperwork. I am going to release you on your own recognizance, knowing it's not a well, I didn't see you where you're charged and then didn't show up, or you were in court and then didn't show up the next time. So I'm giving you that break, so don't blow it.
Understood.
Show up for court, all right? And if I didn't mention to you, I did appoint a lawyer for you.
Okay.
All right? Step to your left,
Thank
please. You'll get the paperwork in a moment. Now, Jalen Smith. Okay. We both got dreads, but they look totally different. Okay. Your name and date of birth, please.
Jalen Smith, 1/26/2007.
Okay. You're also a bunch younger. So, as I said, I just try to be extra careful, okay? You also have an arrest warrant out of Superior Court. Where's Federal Way Police Department? Where's Federal Way?
Say that again?
Where's Federal Way? What city?
Oh, Gilbert.
Gilbert?
Yeah.
It says Federal Way Police Department. With an area code of 253. It can't be Gilbert, Arizona.
253.
Ever heard? Because it says there's an order of protection out against you. Out there. Alleged victim is Anna Marie?
No, doesn't.
I'm just telling you, I don't have much, I'm just sort of mentioning it to you. Okay? Anyway, you're charged with criminal simulation of Class 6 felony arrest warrant. Same thing with the Smiths, of an arrest warrant. I don't know why it didn't appear by summons or anything, but I am going to release you on your own recognizance also. Okay? And likewise, you'll see him again because you'll be seeing him on July 1st at 8:30 at 175 West Madison, and a witness preliminary hearing on July 3rd at 8:30. But you cannot initiate contact with the alleged victim. You cannot initiate contact with any co-defendant. And you must obey any terms of any order of protection or injunction against harassment that has been issued or will be issued. That's why I mentioned that in the beginning. I have no idea where that's at. Okay? But I can try to give you an idea. Hold on one second. Use my smartphone. Where is area code 253?
I'm having trouble with the connection.
Well,
Please try again.
I guess not. I guess we won't find out now. Bad internet here in the courtroom. All right. But anyway, make sure you make your court dates, all right? And one of these folks will give you your paperwork.
Tacoma, Washington.
Oh, Tacoma, Washington, sir. Sir, Mr. Smith. It's Tacoma, Washington. Okay. All right? Thank you very much. How did you get reception? What? Well, it didn't work on mine. I couldn't get through on my phone. No, that's what I'm interested. Mia Geary with Mary Lou Vaughn on deck. Okay, your name and date of birth, please.
Mia Gary, 4/15/99.
How do you pronounce your last name?
What was it?
How do you pronounce your last name?
Gary.
You do Aguirre also, because
Yeah.
some people do pronounce it Aguirre. That's fine. And you're 4/15/99?
Yes.
Okay, you've got a case out of an Encanto Justice Court. The address will be in your paperwork. It's a domestic violence charge, disorderly conduct, and assault. I got to change the level of felony, by the way. I'm at the level of misdemeanor, so let me just do that now. Pretty sure that's a Class 2 misdemeanor, not a Class 1 misdemeanor. Not a Class 3, I mean. So there we go. Anyway, to the nature of, at this point, because I'm releasing you, I can't appoint a lawyer for you. It'll be up to them whether they appoint you, okay? But you'll be released on your own recognizance. You'll be at the Encanto Justice Court, but you have to make your way there July 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Don't mess it up, okay? You can't initiate contact with the alleged victim, all right? and no drugs without a valid prescription. All right, step to your left, please. Did I sign it?
No.
I guess I tried to. Doesn't always work. They got it now? Okay, thank you. All right, Mary Lou Vaughn with John Alvarado on deck. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Mary Lou Vaughn, 7/14/86.
You also have one of those arrest warrants, 2 counts of forgery, both class 4 felonies. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You'll be at 175 West Madison on July 1st at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing July 3rd. No, you cannot initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims, but I'll release you on your own recognizance. Show up for court. Very important, okay? You don't want to come back here, do you?
Mm-mm.
All right, so show up for court. All right, step to your left, please. All right, John Alvarado with Stephen Fields on deck. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
John Alvarado, 4/15/74, sir.
All right, so you've got a new case in Superior Court. Let's see. In one of the a couple of city court cases, by the way, but apparently not holds against you. You're charged with 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony. I did appoint a lawyer for you. However, based on limited information I have, I don't find probable cause. Doesn't mean you won't be charged with it. So you better just show up just in case, okay?
Of course, sir.
Okay. Your court date will be at 175 West Madison on July 1st at 8:30, and if they are filed, a witness preliminary hearing on July 3rd at 8:30. But I don't know whether it'll be filed or not, but I don't have any information about the drugs, okay?
Yes,
They may have other issues with you, but I don't know if you got charged with a city court or justice court also, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you're here just for the drug charge, so that's something separate, okay?
Correct.
So did they hold you on these other charges?
I have a bond, sir.
You have bond, so,
Yes, sir.
but I'm releasing you, so if you're still in custody on those, you better let your lawyer know why you're not making it to court.
I will, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, step to your left, please. I'm sorry, by the way, sorry, you have a second matter, I'm sorry. That's right, you got to charge as a surprise city court, that's right. A lawyer will be appointed for you in the next court date. It's on a disorderly conduct class 1 misdemeanor, and you can't have any contact with the alleged victim or victims. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, and I'm posting a bond of $50, but that lawyer's for limited representation regarding the bond issue only in the event you're unable to post bond. If you post bond, you won't have a lawyer unless the court decides to appoint one for you. Okay?
Does that have a bond on that?
It's a $50 bond.
Okay, sir.
Okay? I reduced the bond, okay? All
Thank you.
right, so step to your left, please. Stephen Field, excuse me, let me do the FOJ case first. Jesus Cortez. All right, good evening, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Jesus Abdiel Cortez, June 7th, 1983.
Oh, sir, we generally just do the fugitive justice case at the end because they take a lot longer. So we're not picking on you. That's the reason.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, apparently it's from New Mexico.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. A warrant for your arrest was issued by New Mexico. That state wants to take you back on this warrant. And were you given a laminated thing to review?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, you have it there. Okay, I didn't see it. Did you read it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, good. As I stated, you have the warrant from New Mexico. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to either waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to New Mexico within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you'd be sent back to New Mexico. Now, if you decide to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you'll be held without bond in Maricopa County for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for New Mexico to pick you up. That 30 days would start tomorrow, as long as you don't have any other charges in Arizona.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If you do have criminal charges against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. Now, if you decided you wanted to have an extradition hearing, I'd set another court date in front of another judge. It would be on June 30th, 201 West Jefferson at 1:30. Now, I cannot appoint a lawyer for you to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you decide to do so. Now, you are entitled to bond in this case. Now, the court out there wanted you to be held without bond, but it's not the type of charge we can do non-bondable, and I don't know anything about the facts of the case. So the bond would, if you decided you want to have an extradition hearing, bond at this point would be set at $50,000 cash, because I don't know anything about the case, but I'm not going to make it non-bondable if you want to have an extradition hearing. If you're unable to post your bail, you'd be held in custody during that time or until another judge modifies your bail. All right? A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to New Mexico. That could take up to 90 days. Now, do you have an idea what you'd like to do?
I would like to waive my right.
Okay. Now, I'm going to have to ask you a bunch of questions about that, okay? I understand this time you do want to sign the waiver of extradition. I need to ask you, actually, I do want to check one thing. To make sure. Yeah, they confirmed the warrant. Just want to double check that. All right. I need to ask you questions to make a record of the proceeding. You did read the waiver of extradition paperwork, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you understand you do not have to sign the paperwork?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you understand you have the right to have an extradition hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you'd be returned?
Yes.
Do you understand you have the right to bond, except if you have, but it would be delayed if you have local charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, that would delay any extradition. Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes, I do wish to
Has
give up
anyone
my rights.
threatened you, promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No, Your Honor.
Have you used any drugs, alcohol, or medicine in the last 24 hours that might affect your ability to understand what's going on?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I find that you've knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily or signed the waiver. I'll also sign it. I'm directing the Sheriff's Office to notify New Mexico that you're ready to return. They have up to they'll have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start to the conclusion of that case. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, if you would step over there and let me just prepare the paperwork. And there you go.
You can bring it down.
Sorry.
You can bring it down.
It's all set?
Okay, go ahead and sign big and slowly for me, please. And one more time. Okay, you can put it down.
I have a question for you. We have, Officer,
Yes, sir.
what we have left is Mr. Fields, but I see two or three people there.
I'm waiting for James Miles' paperwork
Okay,
with his new bond amount on there.
okay,
And the other one, I just didn't take him.
okay,
So we're good.
okay. Just want to make sure. I saw too many bodies back there. Oh, thank you. Here, appreciate it.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's-
yeah. And we just have to wait. We just, they're waiting for Mr. Miles' paperwork.
Can you amend it so
Did
that
I?
I can sign it?
I thought I did.
You signed it, but I didn't sign off on it, that he was present.
So what do I have to do?
Just amend it, and then,
Hold on one
sign,
second.
you don't have to change anything, it's just.
Oh, there we go. And then do stave?
Go ahead and sign.
Is it good now?
Just sign now, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I said you had closed it before I realized it.
You have to, does he have the envelope for the free trial?
Yeah, it's over here. Just so you know.
Mr. Fields, why don't you come on out? All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Stephen Fields, 11/18/1989.
Because the charge, we just calling you separately, okay. Sir, you were charged with, you've got an out-of-county warrant from the Pioneer Justice Court, which I think is Pinal County, for criminal trespass in the third degree, and indecent exposure, class 1 misdemeanor. I don't have enough information. Are you working?
Yes.
But how much, what do you do?
I work for a trash can cleaning business.
And about how much you make per month?
$2,000.
Okay, did they appoint a lawyer for you in the past?
No, so can I just
Okay,
tell
but
you?
let me explain you the difficulty I have. When it's something from out of county, I don't have much influence on the case. I just have to pretty much do what they're requesting. So this is what I'll do. I'm going to amend this a little bit. About how much you make per month?
Like $2,500.
$2,500. This is what I'm going to do. I think you're indigent, and a lawyer will be appointed for you at your next hearing down at that justice court. Okay. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. Okay. And your court date is down in the address will be in your paperwork in the Pioneer Justice Court on June 19th at 8:30. You know what? I'm setting a bond at $250 cash. I don't know whether they're saying a lot more than that, but it was a little smudged, so it might have been. It wasn't clear. It might have been more, but I left it at the lower amount, which I think was the possibility. Okay.
Can I tell you?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I originally that night I got arrested and went to jail. I had a court date, which I went to. I went to the court date, and when I got there, they had me sign a piece of paper saying this document is going to prove that you showed up for court.
Okay, but the problem is I don't have any of that because it's a different county. That's the problem, sir. That's why I mentioned to you. So I'm trying to make it as low as I can in regard to that because there wasn't the greatest copy, but I made it that. Okay, so this gentleman will take.
I don't have anybody.
Okay, I'm just telling you, sir. It's your court date will be there in 3 days or 2.5 days. All right. I did amend it to give him a point of. I did amend it to say a lawyer will be appointed next court date.
I'm just waiting for your copy for now. Bob, they gave me it.
I'm supposed to say that he has a appointed lawyer.
The lawyer part?
I wrote here, one to be appointed next hearing. It didn't get signed?
But you appointed a lawyer, right?
I did, no, I said to be appointed at the next hearing.
Okay, it doesn't say that.
All right, I'll, does it have it now? Maybe?
Okay.
Good, all right, then we're all set? We're off the record then? Thank you.
Do you remember? When the Unabomber happened?
I'm sorry.
The Unabomber?
What is that?
Do you remember when it happened? Was it the 90s?
No.
Pretty sure I have to clear out the All right. If one person is stirring. The person with crutches, you stay seated, sir. You stay seated, okay? No, stay seated, you. Please be seated now. All right, good evening, everybody. This is the 8 o'clock calendar. It's June 16, 2025. The court orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. When I call your name, come to the stand behind the podium, give me your name and your date of birth. I'm not going to list all your release conditions. They'll be on your paperwork. At a minimum, there will be no drive without a valid driver's license and no drugs without a valid prescription. All right, if I do set a secured appearance bond, you can go through a bonding company. It's my understanding they do have, collect calls. Their names and numbers are on some of the walls here in the jail. If you can't find it, you need assistance, ask one of the officers for assistance on that. All right. And if I say someone's on deck, they'll sit in the chair right before you get into the courtroom so you can get in there. All right. Juan Marmolejo. Are you by yourself now?
Yeah.
Anyone else coming?
Hopefully.
I know. I'm telling you, I'll go slower to help you out. Just
Right here?
Yes, that's fine.
Good evening.
Your name and date of birth, please.
01/01/2000, Juan Marmolejo.
All right, so you got two matters before me. One is a bench warrant, and it's actually dating back from May of 2018. Okay, and it was based on a facilitation to commit aggravated robbery. You already have an attorney on that, and next court date will be at 175 West Madison Street at 8:30 for a status conference on June 23rd. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim. So you're not on probation, are you? No, I tried changing that before. Hold on a second. I gotta just. It didn't change it before. Hopefully. Make sure it's signed, because each time I do sign, it goes back to the original one. Is it signed now? With probation, so it didn't show being on probation. Good. I didn't want to change it again. Each time I do it, it comes back to the old one. Okay. So you want, Sarah, you always have a right to make a statement, but I must tell you, everything's recorded. So always and you're not set for trial today, and always recommend to people not to talk about the facts of the cases today. Okay. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
May I be able to say something?
Yeah, go ahead. You keep your hand down, you know.
The bench warrant that I have, sir, I never got to go to my last court because I got picked up by ICE.
Okay.
I was leaving the jail.
Okay,
and
one thing I must tell you, given this present situation with ICE, you may want to,
I can't hear you.
because of what's going on right now, you may not want to mention about that issue. You know what I mean?
I can't mention it?
Well, no, I advise you may not want to mention it because a lot of people are being picked up. Okay? Understand what I'm saying?
It's kind of my scare.
Okay,
But-
but anyway, still, it's been 7 years, it's still a bench warrant, but let me explain to you, let me explain something to you, how it explains it. And you want to talk to your lawyer about that, not on the record, okay? So it was, your judge said bond amount of $5,000. Now, but the problem is you got a new case, for resisting arrest and aggravated assault, all right? And, I appointed a lawyer for that. Oh, I didn't tell you your court dates on the other one, sorry. It's on June 23rd at 8:30. I did tell you that one, that's right. Then a new case is resisting arrest and aggravated assault, first responder, 2 Class 6 felonies. Appointing a lawyer for you. You'll have a status conference on June 20th. And a preliminary hearing is June 25th, both at 175 West Madison, both at 8:30. Now, you're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. All right, now, the thing is, because you're out on release for another felony charge, which your initial appearance date was on or about March 31st, 2018, and I do find probable cause to believe that you committed these 2 felony offenses. I'm saying probable cause, not enough for conviction at this stage because it's not enough evidence. But pursuant to Rule 7.2B, you will be held without bond at this time. You're going to have an evidentiary hearing on June 23rd at 1:30 at that 175 West Madison Street, where I'll be hearing, and your lawyer will explain to you about whether to determine whether bond can be set. Okay, and you have a lot of things to talk to your lawyer privately. Okay. All right, step two. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, just want to let you know, certain things you want to talk to your lawyer about. Okay.
You said June 23rd, right?
Well, no, it'll be in your paperwork, but I'll just tell you. On the new case, it's June 20th, June 23rd, and June 25th. On the old case, it's June 23rd. Okay?
So my next court date is June 23rd.
No, the first court date's the 20th.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's on your, wherever your paperwork says. Nimshi Kushite with Jose Terrazas on deck. Right. Evening, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Nimshi Kushite, 2465.
All right, so you got a total of 4 matters here. 3 of them are probation violations. And I can just tell you, let's see. And all 3 of them, you're alleged to violate Term 1, not being a law-abiding citizen. And in, let's do it one by one. In 2023, 116168, you're on probation for possession of narcotic drugs. On the other 2, it's 2023, 117623, 2023, 125432. You're on probation for possession of dangerous drugs. On all 3 of them, I'm appointing a lawyer for you. All right. Now, on those 3 probation violations, bond is now going to set each one at $250 each, so it's $750 total secured appearance bond. If you get out, this will apply to even your 4th case. If you get out, you have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Can't possess or consume any alcohol, can't possess any weapons, and you can't possess any drugs without a valid prescription for it. Your court date is June 23rd at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. That's your probation revocation arraignment hearing. That's going to be, and I'm appointing a lawyer for you. This courthouse, that courtroom will be in a different building than your other one, but ultimately they'll be put together in the same courtroom. So now, going to your new case, you have a charge of aggravated assault with a weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony. Appointing a lawyer for you in regard to this. Your conference date will be, let me just double check something. Well,
Ironically, this will be you'll have to talk to your lawyer about it, make sure, and let him know about the probation violations, because you're scheduled to have a status conference on June 23rd at 8:30 at 175 West Mass Street, same time as probation revocation hearing. So they'll put them all together, all right? You're not to return to the scene of the crime or initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims, no weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription, and contacting a probation officer within 72 hours of release. I will tell you this, the prosecutors were asking for a bond of $15,000. I'm making bond $10,000 security appearance bond. All right, step to your left, please. To your left, please, sir.
I didn't do none of that.
Well, that's the issue for you to talk to your lawyer about that.
For what? I didn't do none of that, man.
Talk to your lawyer about that, sir. This is not the trial. Step to your left.
I'm being blamed for all this. I'm on probation. I'm getting on probation in 3 months. I'm being blamed for all this. That's not
Okay.
true.
All right, step outside, please, sir.
Shit! Trying to hang me. What?
Do you want to have him brought out? Officer, you want to have someone to get him?
Huh?
You want to have someone go get him now? We can. Hold on one second. I want to do it so make sure you can hear me, so that's fine. Yes, sir. I think it'll be quiet now. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Jose Terrazas, March 29, 1992.
Okay. All right, so you're on a probation violation warrant. By the way, Jaime Jimenez Hernandez on deck. You've got 2 probation violations, sir. Looks like you're on probation for in 2012 158-364 for burglary in 2nd degree, and in 2022 126208 you're on probation for possession of narcotic drugs. For both of them, you're alleged to have violated terms 4, 5, and 7. I'm appointing a lawyer for you for both, and obviously the court date will be the same for each one, all right? Your court date will be June 23rd, which is a week from this morning, at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. And you're not, in regards to the burglary charge, you're not returning to the scene of the crime or the victims on the case. No weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. And if you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. On the matter in which you're on probation for burglary, another judge set bond for you in the amount of $900. And in regard to the other one, which you're on the drug charge, you're on probation. I mean, the bond was set at $100, so it's a total $1,000 security appearance bond. If you post for bond, make sure you show up for court and contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All right, step to your left, please.
Thank you.
All right, Jaime Jimenez Hernandez with Justin Fulton on deck. Give me, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Jaime Jimenez, 8476.
August 4th, 76?
8476.
Okay. You're here on a bench warrant at Superior Court on possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony. No, actually, this is based on a probation violation. Let me just... And you already have an attorney on the case. You'll be at 201 West Jefferson for a non-witness violation hearing on June 23rd at 8:30. And I got to change this, by the way. Okay. You're not to possess any weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. And if you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. I'm having trouble with something on the computer. I'll be right with you. Okay, now, is it so signed with the probation term on it? Is this showing it being signed? When I do edit, it just goes back to the original thing.
It doesn't show any updates.
See, if I do save, you see how it hits in 72 hours? Then I'll do save, right? Oh, good, now it's on it. So, should I sign it now?
Yeah.
Does that mean I went back to it that doesn't have those terms? I'll do it again. Just show it now.
No.
All right, we're gonna have to hold off.
Try doing it.
Doing what?
Try doing it and then sign it and save it.
Right, I've done it, made the change here. But if I do signature, I'll go back to where it was. I'll try save again. Okay, I'll try.
Try closing it out.
See, edit, that's what I'm saying, I'm trying to.
Try closing ISIS out completely
All right,
and then see if that helps.
but you can see what the problem has been, yeah. I had the same problem before, if I just did save, it worked, yeah. So what's your date of birth again?
8476.
76 is right.
Number 19.
Why was it?
Number 19.
19, yeah, there we go. See, ordinarily we'd have a judicial signature right here, you know what I mean? Yeah, on an edit, it would be here. So I'll do signature again, see if it works. No, we're gonna have to do it later, okay? We'll fix. Officers, we're gonna have to give an amended sheet in a bit, okay?
Okay.
All right, if you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release, okay? And no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Now, your judge said bond for you in the amount of $500 secured appearance bond. So if you get out, contact your probation officer. We'll get your paperwork since we resolve this computer issue, okay? That's your resolution. Justin Fulton with DeAndre Riley on deck. Okay, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Justin Fulton, 01/27/2000.
Okay, you got two matters before me, both probation violations, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and you're alleged to have violated term 1. You being held on something besides these?
It was a misdemeanor warrant for a failure to appear to court.
Which court?
What's the next one over? It's
Phoenix?
not, it's misdemeanor court, it's not felony.
Yeah, no, Phoenix, right? Darrington
Phoenix,
Hall?
yeah, so
And
it was,
they're holding you on that?
yeah, the
Because
whole,
you're wearing an orange shirt, that's why I ask.
what was that?
You're wearing an orange shirt, that's why a lot of times means you're being held on something else.
Oh, yes,
Okay,
yes, sir. I
that's-
got page 2, and I didn't
I know,
realize-
that's, I just want to make sure we get everything here in front of us. I can't do anything about Phoenix, but I appointed a lawyer for you on both. You're going to have your revocation arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 8:30, 201 West Jefferson. That's separate and distinct from Phoenix, okay, even though this is in Phoenix.
Yes, sir.
If you get out, contact your probation officer in 72 hours. Can't possess any weapons, no drugs, without valid prescription, no alcohol. And that's in 2022, 118959002. The other one's 2021, 33912. So the same terms. And that one, the bond is $100, so that's a lot. So you combine the two, it's $100 and $250, a total of $350 security appearance bond. But make sure if you get out and post your bond, you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right?
Yes, sir.
Step to your left, please. DeAndre Riley with Larry Patton on deck. All right, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
DeAndre Riley, 020703.
All right, you're here in a probation violation also. And let me see what you're here in probation. You're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. You're alleged to violate term 1. Appoint a lawyer for you. You'll also be at 201 West Jefferson for your probation revocation arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 8:30. I said you're alleged to violate term 1. Can't possess any weapons, consume any alcohol, or possess it, and no drugs without a valid prescription. And likewise, if you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. I've set bond for you in the amount of $100 security appearance bond. So if you post it, you know what you've got to do, right?
Yes.
All right, step to your left, please. Larry Patton with Boudreaux Rivera on deck. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Larry Patton, June 4, 274.
Okay, give me. Okay, so you're here on a bench warrant at Superior Court on drug paraphernalia charge. You already have a lawyer. Your next court date will be at 201 West Jefferson at 8:30 for probation revocation arraignment hearing. Okay, it's a bench warrant based on a probation matter. No weapons, no possession or consumption of alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. And if you post your bond, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5, and bond has been set in the amount of $250 security appearance bond by your judge. All right, step to your left, please. Boudreaux Rivera with Leland Bishop on deck. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Victor Rivera, 06/20/1997.
All right, sir, you got a warrant out of Highland Justice Court. It's not the first time you've been in this court. Apparently, you've been released twice from this court, and you still didn't show up for court there. So I'm appointing a lawyer for you on the drug paraphernalia charge. It's in the Highland Justice Court. The address will be in the paperwork. Your next court date will be there at 8:30 in the morning on June 19th. Even though they want you a $500 bond, I'm going to make it a $50 bond. You just got to show up. That's all. All right, step to your left, please. Leland Bishop with Amina Daniels on deck.
Leland Bishop, March 5th, 1971.
Okay, sir, you're at a warrant at Kyrene Justice Court. The address will be in your paperwork. I'm driving my license suspended. I assume you did not have a pleasant time this afternoon or today, did you? Being in the
No, sir.
So
No, Your Honor.
that means better off you show up in court, doesn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Charge. So I'm expecting you to be there at the Kyrene Justice Court on July 7th at 9:30 in the morning, and I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. I'm giving you a break, but be smart. You know what I mean?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll probably be out in about 4 hours, approximately.
all right?
Yes, Your Honor,
Once they
thank you.
process you. Step to your left, please. Amina Daniels with Andrianette Arvizo on deck. And if you want to lean on the podium, whenever it makes you comfortable. That's why I was telling you before, you didn't have to stand up.
I
Okay?
didn't.
Now, if you want to, in fact, if you, is there a chair you can sit on?
He's saying if you want to lean on the counter, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, whatever's better for you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Give me your name and your date of birth, please.
My birthday, my name is Amina Sharif Daniels. My birth date is July 8th, 1969.
Okay, you've got an arrest warrant on a transportation into or sale of narcotic drugs, class 2 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, and I know you didn't appear in this court. I don't know if you weren't served or what the case may be, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because I looked at the fact that the prosecutors originally were sending a summons to you.
Can I?
So, let me finish. Okay. I may say something, and you don't want to talk me out of it, okay?
Okay.
Get no drugs without a valid prescription. I'm releasing you to pretrial services, so you'll be getting out in a few hours.
Okay.
Read that packet carefully, because you've got to contact them to make sure you're in compliance with their orders, and also you're going to have to do drug testing. If you don't do all those things, there'll be another warrant, and you'll be back here, and you don't want that, right?
No, I don't.
So, you'll be released in a few hours, okay?
Okay.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to talk me out of it, right?
Yeah.
That's why I said you may hold off, all right?
I wanted to say, I never did any of this.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I was never arrested for this or any.
I know, I took that in consideration, okay?
Okay.
All right?
Okay. And I don't know who, I mean, it's not me who did
Okay,
it.
talk to your lawyer about those things, okay? I don't want you to put on the record anything about the facts of the case. All right, I lost track of where we are. Let's see. Adrianette Arvizo with Selena Dominguez on deck. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Andrew Viso, 3986.
All right, you're charged with a couple of domestic violence charges, assault and disorderly conduct. At this point, I can't appoint an attorney for you. And this will be out of the Goodyear City Court. The address will be on your paperwork. I can't tell you whether they'll appoint a lawyer for you or not. That'll be up to them. Your arraignment hearing at the Goodyear City Court is July 2nd at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Make sure you're there. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. All right? But I'm going to release you on your own recognizance so you get out. But abide by all your terms and show up for court. All right? Step to your left, please. Selena Dominguez with Israth Amaya on deck. All right. If you want to keep the mask on, you go ahead if you feel more comfortable, okay? Just as long as I can understand you.
I have a cold.
So speak a little bit louder, okay?
Okay.
Your name and date of birth, please.
Selena Luis Dominguez, 11/30 of 1992.
All right, you have a bench warrant out of Superior Court on a burglary in the 3rd degree, and you already have an attorney. Your next court date will be at 201 West Jefferson on June 24th at 8:30. You're not to return to the scene of an alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim or victims. Your judge set bond for you in the amount of a security appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. Okay, that's what because you didn't show up for court. All right, step to your left, please. Israth Amaya with Robert Savis on deck. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
What's that?
Your name and date of birth.
Israel Maya, February 19th, 2001.
All right, now you have a warrant out of the Desert Ridge Justice Court up north a little bit. The address will be on your paperwork. You've got 2 charges, the watercraft speed restrictions and failure to appear. I can't appoint a lawyer for you due to the nature of the charges, but your court date at Desert Ridge Justice Court is on July 7th at 1:30. And sir, they wanted a $100 cash bond on you. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. I hope you'll show up for court because it's a whole lot better than being here, right?
Yeah.
So you'll be out in a few hours, but make sure you make your court dates. All right? Step to your left, please. Robert Davis with, all right. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Robert Aceves, 05/18/2000.
Okay, so you've got two matters before me. One is probation violation matter, so let's deal with that first. It's 2025-111717. I appoint a lawyer for you, and you're alleged to violate term 1, and it looks like you're on probation for a possession or sale of I'd say weapons charge. I see that. And you can't possess any weapons, no alcohol possessing or consuming it, no drugs without a valid prescription. You get out with this, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You'll be at 201 West Jefferson for a probation revocation arraignment hearing, June 23rd at 8:30. Bond is set on that one is $500 security appearance bond. Now, in your new case, it's 2025-124980. Here's the situation, and I've sort of amended the release conditions on this one. I'll explain why. You've got the misdemeanor charge, domestic violence charges, aggravated assault, adult on a minor, I think that was your brother, assault, class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, class 2 misdemeanor. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date's on that. Let me just see something. Yeah, explain to your lawyer, because there'll be two lawyers, but it'll eventually it'll be in two different places, they'll be combined, that you've got the probation violation the same as, they'll probably bring it to the new charges first. And so tell them so they don't issue a warrant on the probation violation, because your court date is also June 23rd at 8:30 at 175 West Madison for a status conference, and your witness preliminary hearing scheduled for June 25th at 8:30. Bond is set in the amount of $1,500, security appearance bond. Now, let me go through everything here. If you obviously get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours, no weapons, no drugs. And you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to initiate contact with alleged victims. However, you can return one time to the scene of alleged crimes, one time with a police officer on civil standby to pick up your personal effects. And this is what I've added, because I read what the facts in terms of, I have an idea of what I think it's your mother's feelings are in regard to the case. I'm saying you could return to the scene of the alleged crimes and or initiate contact with the alleged victims with their prior written approval. Okay, because I made this special addition, but you still got to post your bond and abide by probation and keep in contact with your probation officer. Okay? All right, so if you would step to your left. Now, we have several people who are house calls, all because unable to function.
Yeah, we got 3 house calls.
Yeah, you'll have to show me how we're going to fix that one thing. But let me just do the house call. I know.
Unless you clear it?
I don't know. Maybe that'll work, okay. Let's do that so I can get the paperwork to him. That was on 19, right? That's a good idea. All right, what is it, Chip? Did it say anything about contacting probation officer in 72 hours? No? Every time I do it, if I sign it, it changes it back.
Do you want to try modifying it and you get back to me?
Let me just try one more time. We'll have to get to the, it's not working for some reason. All right, we'll have to schedule the paperwork because I can't do anything about it right now here. All right. Now, we have we've done everybody, we've done the whole calendar but the, okay. All right, the first one is Eliezer Olivares, number 5, unable to function. 2 counts of artifice, shoplift, appointed an attorney for him. Her next court date will be 175 West Mass Street for a status conference at 6:23, witness preliminary hearing 6:25. I know she has 5 priors and 7 failures to appear. Can't return to the scene of alleged crime or initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims, and bond set in the amount of $1,000. Austin Keith also is unable to function. He's charged with aggravated assault, first responder, resisting arrest, just violently conduct and threatening and intimidating. Appoint a lawyer. His release is he's due at 175 West Madison. Status conference July 1st at 8:30. A witness preliminary hearing on July 3rd. He's not to return to the scene of alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim. No weapons and no alcohol. He'll be released to pretrial services under their supervision. And finally, with Gustave Muderwa, charged with aggravated assault, threatening, and intimidating. Appointing a lawyer. Court dates will be at 175 West Madison, 8:30, 6:23. Status conference, 6:25. Preliminary hearing. No contact with the alleged victim. No contact with the arresting officer. I know the victim. I read the victim's statement. The state was recommending a bond of $50,000, and I've said bond the amount of $10,000, security appearance bond. She has to contact her case manager within 24 hours of release from custody also. Okay? And we'll work on the other one from there and then give it to you so you can send to them. All right.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good evening. This is the time set for the 11 p.m. calendar on June 16th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. I'll call you each one at a time to the podium, and I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, whether or not I have appointed counsel, if you will have a bond, and your release conditions. If we could start with Mr. Curley to the podium and Mr. Arroyo to the chair. Good evening, sir. Could I please get your name and date of birth?
Michael Curley, 063088.
Thank you. And counsel, can I get the state's appearance?
Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. We're here today on a new Superior Court case. It does include one count of aggravated assault, impeding breathing, a Class 4 felony, one count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a couple of hearings in the downtown Superior Courthouse on Madison Street. Your next hearing will be a status conference June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. Next, we're going to discuss any bond you may have as well as any release conditions. Ms. Stetson, did you want to put the state's recommendation on the record?
Yes, and to confirm, Your Honor, this is number 20?
Correct.
Okay, just double checking. Thank you. Your Honor, state is requesting bond be set in the amount of $50,000 secured. Based on the allegations, obviously the allegations in this case are quite concerning, Your Honor. It's alleged that the suspect strangled his significant other, who is 9 months pregnant, Your Honor. The Form 4 did indicate that this is a high-risk pregnancy, which obviously causes concerns to the state for the well-being of the unborn child, Your Honor. The state did note that the Form 4 did indicate that the victim is wanting to reconcile. However, Your Honor, despite that, the state does have concerns for the safety of the victim and the unborn child, soon-to-be newborn child, given the allegations. It's also worth noting, Your Honor, that due to the fact that the victim was pregnant at the time of the allegations, there is a 2-year aggravator sentence that can be added to this. That is probationary. There is probation allowed. However, there is an aggravating a sentence for 2 years on top of the charges or the sentence for the strangulation. The state also did reach out to Mesa PD after the state did submit the recommendation, because there was indications that the suspect does have prior misdemeanor convictions. But when the state looked up the public records, they were unable to find out what those convictions were. It does appear that there is a 2012 disorderly conduct domestic violence conviction. I don't know if that's what Your Honor is showing as well. Given the length of time, that does appear that that was a different victim. So obviously that does cause concerns for the state as well if there is a second victim. But based on everything, the state is asking for $50,000 secured. Additionally, Your Honor, and if not more important, the state is asking for the statutory allowed electronic monitoring, no contact with the victim, not to return to the incident location. The state is also asking for a no consumption, no illegal substances, based on the allegations that the suspect may have been under the influence at the time of the allegations. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. So, Mr. Curley, there are 15 factors I have to take into consideration when determining whether or not a bond should be set and what an appropriate bond should be. And that does include the views of the victim, the nature and circumstances of the offense charged, whether or not you pose any danger to others in the community, and whether or not you have any ties to our community, and whether or not you pose any risk for failing to appear at any future hearing. As the state has mentioned, there are some great concerns regarding the alleged circumstances in this case, and I do have some concerns about your safety in the community to others, specifically to the alleged victim in this case. I also did take into consideration the views of the victim, which she did indicate at this time she had some concerns about you being taken into custody and potential reconciliation, along with the fact that you have self-surrendered in this case. And so when I take all of those factors into consideration, I am going to set a secured appearance bond of $25,000. Secured appearance meaning you can use a bail bonding company, typically going to be 10% plus collateral. You will have written conditions of release. All of it will be included in your paperwork, but I do want to touch upon a few of those. It does include no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If an order of protection or order against harassment is issued in the future, you are required to comply with all terms of that. Again, all of this will be written in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
So if I were able to get the bond and everything else, having obviously in the process of reconcile and everything else, of trying to, well, due to the fact that I'm the sole provider for my family, how does that work out as in communication-wise?
So if you do postpone, you would be released. However, you do have orders indicating you are not to have any contact with the victim at this time. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You will meet with your attorney on June 23rd. At that time, you can discuss whether or not it's appropriate to ask the judge to make any amendments to these orders, but at this time, you are not to have any contact.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, that should be it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Curley. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you that paperwork. Mr. Arroyo to the podium and Mr. Vargas to the chair. Good evening, sir. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Edwin Arroyo, 12/03/1977.
Thank you, sir. And can I get the state's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you, counsel. We do have 3 cases here on the calendar this evening. The first one is a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of disobeying an order of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In this case, probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have some hearings in the downtown Superior Courthouse on Madison Street. You'll have a status conference June 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. You have 2 additional cases on the calendar, and that's because you're on probation in 2 cases. And so when you were picked up for this offense, it is a Term 1 violation of your probation. So I will appoint counsel in those cases as well, and you'll have a probation revocation hearing June 23rd at 8:30. Next, we will discuss any bond and release conditions you may have. Would the state like to put their recommendation on the record?
Your Honor, the state was not prepared to make a recommendation on this one. The state did provide a written recommendation. The state would just ask that Your Honor follow that recommendation. It does, if the state's memory serves the state correctly, this was a violation of our protection order. The suspect does have several convictions for previous DVs. He is on probation out of Pinal County, I state believes, for an aggravated assault. Additionally, he has possible probation or a warrant out of Apache Junction. The state isn't, I don't remember if it's a warrant or if it's probation, one or the other, out of Apache Junction, Your Honor.
Miss, I was only doing what probation told me to do. I was at a probation-approved address. The thing was, since the order of protection was signed by the judge in January, we all thought that January was going to be up for 2 years. But I got served the paperwork in October, so it went all the way to October for the 2 years for the order of protection. I wasn't trying to violate that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my probation officer even was there right before I got arrested at that address. We have that address down for probation. That's my family's home. That's my wife and kids. Like, we just lapsed in the paperwork. Like, that's all. I just did 7 months here in jail, Your Honor, and I completed the Redeem program. I'm supposed to be going to do a culinary class in 2 days.
So I am looking at the notes, and it does indicate that when you were knocking on the door, the person who has the order of protection contacted the police department based on you being at the protected address. And it looks like you were still at the location at the time the police department arrived. And it does look like, looking at a history of your criminal history, it looks like you have some previous convictions related to some domestic violence related cases.
Yeah, and in which Your Honor, if I may, when we get to the part where I'm defending myself, I'm going to ask for a forensic evaluation. There's a pattern here when it comes to me being the victim of narcissistic abuse.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there just because I don't want you saying anything that you shouldn't say because you don't have your attorney here right now.
What I'm saying is that she knew, and my probation officer knew that was a address that I was using.
Okay. So because you had a valid order of protection, you still were not allowed to return to that address. It looks like that is set to expire hold on, sir, please don't interrupt me.
Okay.
That is set to expire October 2nd, 2025. I am going to set a $5,000 bond in this case. It is secured appearance, meaning you can use a bail bonding company, typically going to be 10% plus collateral. You're going to have a $50 bond on each of your other cases. So it's a total of $5,100 between the 3 cases. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You must obey the order of protection that's currently in place, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next hearing is on June 23rd at 8:30, and at that time you can discuss any defense you have with your counsel, okay?
Yeah.
If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork.
One more question. I mean, would you consider releasing me on an ankle monitor or something like that? I'm supposed to start a program to the culinary arts at St. Mary's, and like I said, I just got released. And
I'm not going to release you on an ankle monitor today. The state was asking for $10,000, and I'm setting the $5,000 bond, but that will remain here tonight. If you don't post bond and you're still in custody at your next hearing, speak to your attorney about whether or not it's appropriate to ask for an amendment at that time, okay?
Yeah, I was just doing what I was told. I mean, I was not trying to violate order of protection.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vargas to the podium. And Anderson to the chair. Good evening, sir. Could I get your name and date of birth?
David Vargas, July 24, 2003.
Thank you, sir. And counsel, did you want to make an appearance on this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you, counsel. It does look like we are here today on a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference on June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. Would the state like to put their recommendation on the record?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, the state is requesting bond be set in the amount of $5,000 secured appearance bond, defendant not to possess any firearms, not to return to the incident location, no direct or indirect contact with the victims, including any witnesses or law enforcement officers, and not to consume alcohol or ingest any illegal substances. Additionally, Your Honor, the state did ask for a no driving condition based on the allegations presented. Your Honor, the allegations are that the DPS trooper observed the suspect driving on I-17 near milepost 198. The trooper allegedly observed the suspect attempting to avoid law enforcement, and as the trooper positioned himself behind the vehicle abruptly changed lanes into the number 1 lane. The vehicle then made an unsafe lane change, cutting off another motorist, nearly causing a collision. The trooper did activate his emergency lights and sirens, Your Honor, The driver was alleged to have accelerated to a high rate of speed, fleeing northbound on I-17 at speeds exceeding 100 miles an hour. Your Honor, the state would note that this was occurring approximately at 5:37 a.m. So it wasn't daylight time at that time, Your Honor, and this becomes a time when there are motorists on the road driving to and from work, Your Honor. After the suspect was observed to accelerate to speeds exceeding 100 miles an hour, a pursuit was initiated. The suspect was observed exiting Grant Street. He ran a red light, Your Honor, at the intersection and re-entered I-17 to continue fleeing. At that time, Your Honor, due to the safety of the pursuit, the trooper decided to discontinue the pursuit. The vehicle records revealed that the vehicle was registered to the suspect, David Brian Vargas, whose date of birth is July 24th, 2023. Troopers did make contact with the suspect. He initially said that he had let someone borrow his vehicle, but then admitted to being the driver. He does have a warrant out of Glendale. The state did pull that information, and it was a failure to appear for a hit and run, Your Honor. He also has some older driving offenses out of Glendale for maybe driving without, on an intermediate driver's license, driving without a driver. Also worth noting, Your Honor, the suspect is either on federal probation and or release. The state is, based on the JWI that the state ran, it was a little unclear as whether or not he had pled and he was on probation or he was on term conditions of release, Your Honor. Those do appear to be some sort of drug offenses. So the state is asking for a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. So I see that you're raising your hand. I will give you an opportunity to speak. I do want to let you know that this is being recorded. You do not have your attorney here, and the state is here listening. So I would caution you on what you say here today.
Okay, so the Glendale warrant, it's not for me because the last name is spelled different. It has a different letter. I think it's the E instead of the A, and I double checked that with the state troopers that pulled me over and arrested me, and they checked into it and they said that wasn't for me.
Okay, so I do see a note that the Glendale has a hold based on that warrant. I do not have any additional information as it relates to your Glendale warrant. They may transport you to Glendale to see a judge as it relates to that, and you can see if they can resolve that issue at that hearing, but that won't take place before me, okay? So I do have some definite concerns with the allegations that were alleged in the Form 4 here today. I do believe you pose a danger to the community based on the driving situation that took place, as well as I believe you are a flight risk based on the fact that you were fleeing the police in an attempt to avoid arrest. And so based on those things, I am going to set a secured appearance bond of $5,000. You do have release conditions. It is going to include that you may not possess any weapons or alcohol, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. I am not putting any restrictions today indicating that you cannot drive. However, based on this arrest, the MVD may administratively withdraw your license or suspend it. So you need to check with them before you drive a vehicle, as you are not allowed to do that without a valid driver's license. It also does look like you are on probation, a federal probation, so you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release, okay? All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions, sir?
No, that's it.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, I'll give you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Anderson to the podium and Darwin to the chair. Good evening, sir. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Anderson Puga, 03/03/1991.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a grand jury warrant that was issued. It does indicate it's for an offense date of September 7th, 2024, and it includes 3 counts of aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set an arraignment hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am affirming the secured appearance bond of $5,000. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release to include not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. All of this information will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, that's fine.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you that paperwork. Darwin Hurtado to the podium and Joel Rivera to the chair. Good evening, sir. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, my name is Darwin Hurtado. My date of birth is 3/17/92.
Thank you, sir. It does look like we are here on a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of criminal trespass in the 1st degree of a residential structure, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of disobeying an order of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. Those will both take place in the downtown Superior Courthouse on Madison Street. You have a secured appearance bond of $1,500. If that bond is posted, you will have written conditions of release. It will include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any victims, you may not possess any weapons, and you must obey the terms of the order of protection that has been issued against you. All of that information will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
My only question is, how exactly, because right now I don't have enough funds to make those court appearances, can I get help to go get transportation, or how does that work?
So if you don't post bond, you'll remain in custody and they will take you to the hearings. At that time, I would recommend talking to your attorney to see if they have any resources available for things such as bus passes to ensure that you can attend these hearings, okay?
Okay, thank you,
All right,
Miss.
if you'll step to your left, sir, they'll give you that paperwork. Joel Rivera to the podium and Rakeem Alexander to the chair. Good evening. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Gino Rivera, 4/12/93.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on 2 probation violation warrants with allegations that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, and I'm going to set a probation revocation hearing June 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. That applies to both cases. You have a secured appearance bond of $1,000 in one case and $100 in the other, for a total of $1,100. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release. It does include not possessing any weapons or alcohol and contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No.
Thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, I'll give you that paperwork. Mr. Alexander to the podium and Mr. Delgado to the chair. Good evening. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Good afternoon. Rakim Alexander, May 16th, 1991.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you for a pending drug charge and criminal trespass charge you have pending. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you and give you some hearings in the downtown Superior Courthouse. You're going to have a status conference June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. I am affirming the secured appearance bond of $500. If you post that bond, you have written conditions of release. It does include not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription and not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You do need to ensure you attend these hearings. If you fail to appear again, you will forfeit any bond you post, and they'll issue another failure to appear warrant.
That's the problem right there, Ms. Huckabee. To be honest with you, I got things going on. I'm from New Jersey. I'm independent. What the hell is going on? I got mad stuff going on, and you can read my profile. I don't get in no trouble. I'm working hard as hell, and the time frame based on just the $500 bond, I don't have no emergency contacts. I got nothing going on. I got houses, big houses. I got stuff going on. What is like the main thing? Like, you gotta stand there. I know I got FTAs, but nobody's giving me a damn chance. So it's like, the FTAs are being held back because the time I have to catch up on the time of being here. So it's like, is there any, and I apologize but I speak with my heart, and it's been going on too much. Is there any way, any consideration that, like, I don't know, is there maybe even if I was rich, I would stay at a halfway house to court if I had to, anything else, but there's a holdback on everything else based on that. It doesn't matter if you put me on a dollar bond. I can't do anything, and I have to sit, and it's really affecting me.
So the judge who's hearing this case set the bond at $500, so it will remain at the $500 today. If you don't post that bond between now and the next hearing on June 23rd, you can speak to your attorney and see if at that time it's an appropriate time to ask the judge to amend the current bond that they have set in place, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
I was hoping for some more consideration, but I know you got a job to do. Some of us out here, we need a little bit more consideration. Justice is not justice, and freedom is not free.
If you'll step to your left, they'll give you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Mr. Delgado to the podium, and Michael L. out to the chair. Good evening, sir. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Roberto Delgado, 12/17/1997.
And sir, are you currently being held on anything else?
Yeah, I'm here on a work release.
Okay. So you're serving time, but you have work release?
Yeah, I'm doing work release training,
Okay.
yes.
And do you have a set, like, days and times you're allowed to be out of custody? What are those set for?
Therefore, 4 a.m., I get out, and I have to be back at 4 p.m.
Okay, and what days is it?
It's just this week. I have 6 days, so I had to do the weekend, and
Okay.
then I'm barely on Monday. I came back, they arrested me, and then I
Okay.
just had it until Thursday, and then I'm supposed to be on house arrest after that.
Okay. So the reason you're here, I'm not sure if you've been told, but they found a warrant that you have coming out of the Encanto Justice Court. It looks like it relates to a DUI and failing to pay some fines.
Yeah,
complete some
it's like a
classes there.
$250 fine, I believe.
That's what the bond is. I'm not sure if that directly correlates with the remaining balance or not, but that is the bond that they have set on this case. So you said your time on work release will be done this week?
Yes.
And then when you are released for house arrest, are you going to be able to have
Work?
restrictions to go to work there as well?
I have no idea because it's been a whole process of trying to get into jail.
Okay.
So they told me on Thursday or Friday I have to go and get the monitor on, and then that's when they'll tell me like about work and all that.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll release you on this. I still have to give you a hearing date. It's going to be for July 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Encanto Justice Court. I have some concerns whether or not you'll be able to appear, depending on how your house arrest.
What time is it at?
1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I can make it then.
I'm going to put the Encanto Justice Court phone number in here for you so you can contact them. If it is, in fact, just failing to pay some fines, you can also call them in advance and see if you can get back on a payment plan.
Yeah,
They can maybe
it's because I
vacate
didn't
that
get on
hearing.
it. I appreciate it's because I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I appreciate it's because I didn't get on the payment plan because I didn't have any money at the time.
Okay.
So.
Your Honor, if I may interrupt, from the state's experience, if he's on house arrest, if he contacts pretrial services who typically oversee house arrest and explains to him they have court, they typically work with them to be able to attend their court hearings.
Okay. I appreciate that, Ms. Stetson. So it sounds like you might be able to get that approved if it isn't anyways for work purposes. Again, with it being a financial obligation, you may be able to resolve it by contacting them. However, if they don't dismiss or vacate that hearing, make sure you attend it, okay?
Okay.
So let me just add some notes in here, and then I will reprint this paperwork for you. But again, that'll be July 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I think that's ready to be reprinted. If you don't have any further questions, if you'll just take a seat out there, they'll reprint that and bring that up.
Thank you,
okay?
Judge.
Thank you, sir. Mr. L. out to the podium and Mr. Palomino to the chair.
Palomino, sit in the blue chair.
Good evening. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Michael L., July 3rd, 1983.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You are going to have a status conference July 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing July 3rd at 8:30. Those are both in the downtown Superior Courthouse on Madison Street. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. All of this information will be in your paperwork. You'll also get an envelope with some instructions. You'll need to contact pretrial services once you've been released. If you fail to appear at any of these hearings, a warrant will issue for your arrest, and you'll likely be held on bond at a future hearing. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, they'll give you that paperwork. Mr. Palomino to the podium and Mr. Williams to the chair. Good evening. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Jesus Palomino, 9/24/1988.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You are going to have a status conference July 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing July 3rd at 8:30. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You have written conditions of release to include not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription or driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You'll also get an envelope with your paperwork. You'll need to read the instructions and contact pretrial services. If you fail to appear at any of the hearings, a warrant will issue for your arrest, and you'll likely be held on a bond at the next hearing. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, just step to your left, sir. They'll give you that paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Williams to the podium and Mr. Scroggins to the chair. Can you repress this one? Good evening. Can I get your name and date of birth?
David Lee Williams Jr., December 1993.
Thank you, sir. It does look like we have 3 cases on the calendar. The first one is a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. For purposes of this hearing only, I am not finding probable cause as to the narcotic drug. However, that does not mean that they will not test the substance and move forward with that charge, so it is not dismissed. I'm just not finding probable cause today. I am finding probable cause for purposes of the criminal trespass charge. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference July 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing July 3rd at 8:30. You also have 2 cases that you're on probation, so when you were picked up for this offense, it is a Term 1 violation of your probation. So I am appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing June 23rd at 8:30. So between these cases, you have 3 hearings coming up, all in the downtown Superior Courthouse. I am releasing you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not possess any weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All of this information will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. And officer, we did need to reprint number 2, so if you don't mind grabbing that. And Mr. Williams, if you'll take a seat out there, they'll bring you your paperwork.
All right,
Thank you, sir. Mr. Scroggins to the podium and Ms. Fairfield to the chair. Good morning, or excuse me, good evening. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Rich Scroggins, 1/15/66.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on 2 probation violation warrants that were issued in December of 2005. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing June 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. That applies to both of your probation cases. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. I did take into consideration that you self-surrendered and there are no new charges along with these 2 probation violation cases. There'll be written conditions of release. It will include not possessing any weapons or alcohol and contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of release. If you fail to appear at that hearing, a warrant will issue for your release and you'll likely be held on bond at the next hearing. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, they'll give you that paperwork. Ms. Fairfield to the podium. Good evening. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Janelle Fairfield, July 18, 1981.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you have 2 cases on the calendar. The first one is a new Superior Court case. It includes 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. For purpose of this hearing only, I am not finding probable cause as to the dangerous drug possession. I am finding probable cause to the other 2 counts. That does not mean that dangerous drug possession is dismissed, but for purposes of this hearing, I'm not finding probable cause. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting some hearings for you. You are going to have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing July 3rd at 8:30. You have a second case on the calendar, and that is a direct complaint that was filed, and that has a date of April 13th, 2023. And it's for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, both Class 4 felonies, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing counsel in that case as well. The same hearing dates apply to this case as well. I'm releasing you today on your own recognizance. That's your promise to appear at these hearings. You have written conditions of release to include not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription and not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. All of this will be in your paperwork. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and they'll likely hold you on bond at the next hearing. Did you have any questions, ma'am?
No, I don't.
Okay, just step to your left. They'll give you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Case number 7, Phoenix Young, date of birth July 25th, 2002, will proceed as a house call due to him being a danger to self. We are here on a failure to appear bench warrant for a pending drug charge. I will affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent him and set a status conference June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. I am affirming the secured appearance bond of $500. He will have written conditions of release to include not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription and not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. If anything changes after I meet with him, I will update the written record. Case number 9 and 30, Armando Soto, date of birth July 26, 1987, will proceed as a house call due to Mr. Soto being unable to function. Case number 9 is a new Superior Court case for 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him and setting a status conference July 1st at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing July 3rd at 8:30. Case number 30 is a probation violation. It is a Term 1 violation when he was picked up for this offense. I am appointing counsel and setting a probation revocation hearing June 23rd at 8:30. I am releasing Mr. Soto on his own recognizance. That is his promise to appear. He will have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, and contact his probation officer within 72 hours. If anything changes after I meet with him, I will update the written record. Case number 10, Jaquan Ingram, date of birth August 30th, 1998, will proceed as a house call due to being a danger to self. Ms. Stetson, did you still want to appear on this case?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is requesting to appear Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you, counsel. We are here on a new Superior Court case. It does include 3 counts of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. I'm setting a status conference June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 25th at 8:30. Would the state like to put their recommendations for release conditions on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting bond be set in the amount of $100,000 cash for this matter. The suspect is currently on community supervision for DOC. He has his prior to state, I wrote it down. That he, no, that's for an arrest he had in March of this year. He has prior state belief for past DVs on the same victims in this case. The state does believe there was an aggravated assault conviction, maybe a disorderly conduct conviction, potentially misconduct involving a weapon conviction as well. State doesn't recall all of the convictions that the suspect has that he did time for. He was released in November of 2024. Before the state gets into these current allegations, the state would like to note that the suspect was then arrested in March of this year for one count of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, one count of aggravated domestic violence, disorderly conduct involving a weapon, unlawful imprisonment, and a misdemeanor threat, intimidation with injury or damage to property. That is under review with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office right now. He was held on that case and for $75,000 secured. That was a different victim. That was a victim that he allegedly wasn't in a relationship with when he got out of prison in November. State does believe that Form 4 stated that he had been with that significant other as of December of 2024. In that case, it is alleged that the suspect held a firearm to the suspect's ribs. State would note that he is also a prohibited possessor, so the state doesn't know why there wasn't an MIW charge on that, but that's neither here nor there. So he has those cases that are under review with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office right now with a different victim that causes the state absolute concern for the safety of the community, safety of all the victims involved. In this case, Your Honor, there does appear to be a protection order protecting the victims that's in place right now. The allegations are against an adult victim who may possibly be a current or ex-girlfriend, ex-significant other that he has children in common with. It's alleged that he pushed the victim and strangled the victim until she went unconscious. When she became conscious, she picked up a 7-month-old child and ran into a room with the suspect following after. The suspect then caught up to her, grabbed her by the hair, and pulled her by the hair back into the hotel room, Your Honor. The 7-month-old child baby was in the victim's arms at that time. The officer did note that 7-month-old, while the victim was holding the 7-month-old, the 7-month-old victim, Your Honor, bounced against the abdomen of the adult victim. When they reached the door of the room, that 7-month-old bounced up and down, hit her head on the door frame. He then hit a 7-year-old victim in the chest, then closed the hotel door behind them. The victim ran out of the room. It doesn't differentiate what victim this was, but the victim was unclothed at that point. This was caught on surveillance, Your Honor. There was a third. State does believe it was a 6-year-old that was also assaulted in this case, Your Honor. The adult victim there was a forensic interview done. The forensic interview did show signs that were consistent with being strangled, Your Honor. And also the 6-year-old a forensic interview was done, which he stated that his mother ran out of the room with his sister, and the suspect pulled her into the room by her hair. His sister hit her head on the door when the suspect pulled his mother. The suspect then hit him in the face before shutting the door. Your Honor, he does have prior convictions for domestic violence within 84 months. Again, he is on probation, community supervision through the Arizona Department of Corrections. The state did pull his DOC record also. He does have several DOC infractions from 2004 alone, one of which includes fighting. The state did look at his internal risk as well as his custody risk. He is at the highest for both of those. So given his inability to comply while incarcerated does not give the state any hopes that he'll be able to comply with conditions of release while out of custody, Your Honor. Again, Your Honor, this is a case that there does appear to have a protection order against all parties. He has since been arrested twice for very serious allegations, very violent allegations, since being released from community supervision in November. The state does believe that a DOC hold has been placed on him, but nonetheless, that doesn't really give the state any assurances that he's going to comply. So for those reasons, Your Honor, given the fact that there are multiple minors involved in this case, there is an adult victim who was that had the minor children in her care, who was strangled to the point of unconsciousness. Obviously, it's concerning as well, Your Honor. So state does believe $100,000 cash is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson. The court does have some concerns regarding his arrest record as well as his prior convictions. In addition to that, the court does believe he poses a risk and a danger if he's within the community. The court is setting a secured appearance bond of $100,000. If that bond is posted, he will be released to pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. He will have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness. He may not possess any weapons or alcohol. He must obey the terms of the order of protection that has been issued, and he must contact his parole officer within 24 hours. If anything changes after I meet with him, I will update the written record. That does conclude our 11 p.m. calendar, and we will now stand at recess until 5 a.m.